how much that I love you. Let me tell you, me once it. Let me tell you how much that I love you. You found me no search. It's like you knew that inside I was hurting. I was so young, said no chance. But you gave me a shot at a romance. I feel like you were like an angel sent to bring me light. Now that I'm with you, me one say that me love you, that me love you, that me love. Hey, me no go one day wonder. Without my baby, without me love, without me love. And no dance and sing and nothing because you make my life complete. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I can't believe that this is for me. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. I can't believe that this is for me. Oh yeah. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It's for me. Shut up, 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 shut up. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It's for me. I've never felt this way. So when they ask us, say, oh yeah, we're going all the way. So me, we happy love you all the time and things. Sometimes I wonder if the thing could cut us under to get under. I know, but your love in my life control that. I lay down my life this way. Do anything to make you stay. All of the blessings they come my way, and all the bad things they turn and away. Sometimes life is such a scare. Your love gives me the strength to bear. Greetings and gratitude to everybody. Today is so important on so many levels. The next 3 days is important on so many levels. Here in a moment, I'm going to give the floor over to Miya Jaye. This is Miya Jaye's story. I have issued a trigger warning because Miya Jaye's story is probably many of your stories, but sometimes we believe that we're the only ones going through these things, and that's why I feel like her story is so important. So this is a trigger warning. I ask that you prepare yourself for whatever you need to prepare yourself for. Take a few deep breaths. Understand you are safe. You are important. You're protected. You've already made it through it. Nobody can hurt you. We love you to life. You ready, Miya? No, I know, but it's okay. It's okay. Everybody take some breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Here you go. Greetings, everybody. I hope y'all are well. Can you hear me? Okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're safe. So some of y'all have heard a little bit of my story. I don't know, some months ago when I was talking to Kotita uh, briefly about the church, uh, but that's not
all of it. I don't even know how to describe it now since so much of my life has changed, but I'm gonna try. So there are rumors that I've heard over the years in my family that once upon a time my parents used to be human, but I don't know what being human meant at the time because, like, I was in the womb. Well, nope, I can't even say that now. So I'll just say, as far back as I can remember, I've been in church. Like, whenever my life began here, all I know is church. Like, that was my life. So, um, everything was about gay people. Everything was about hell. Everything was about fire and burning. Everything was about sin, and nothing was about love. I did not grow up in a house of love. I grew up in a house of obligation. It's okay. I um I was sexually abused. Um, I was molested for a very very long time. I do not know when it began because so much of it I blocked out mentally. Apparently, but I was made to feel like it was the norm. I wish I could remember, but at the same time, I'm not even sure what I want to because there are certain parts of my body that are dead to me. Um, I remember being bribed, or there were attempts of being bribed to show my body parts. I remember one of my siblings uh, bribing me to let him do me in the ass. Another sibling had an addiction to, like, people. I don't know. He had like a fetish about like people putting their feet on his penis, um, just to like touch it or grab it with the feet or something. And then um, being made to touch grown men penises as a little girl and forced to like squeeze it and and keep my hand on it, and then that hand would cover my hand to make sure it stayed.
Mm.
So imagine growing up in a house where the only other female was your mother, non-mother, mother figure, and being attacked or like preyed on by three people, three males in your house. I don't think that they really knew what they were doing. They were probably just mimicking what they had seen or heard. So I really started getting nervous when puberty hit, and I started developing because stuff was popping out everywhere, and I couldn't understand like what to do about it. Like I was not happy as a child. I did not know what it was to be happy, but I tried to the best of my ability. Like I felt rotten on the inside. I picked up masturbating very early. I was probably like 11, and I did not like how it felt from other people to touch me, but I liked how I felt to me when I was touching it. But after it was done, I would feel so dirty. I lived in fear in my own house. I ended up getting my own room because I was the only girl child, but now I wonder if I was given my own room for easier access. My locks were purposely removed from my door so that
It's okay. It's okay. You are safe. Let it out. Release it.
my dad could come in whenever he wanted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I would use old clothes to stuff in the holes where the locks were supposed to be. And I would fix it to where the door could shut. From the top of the door to the bottom, I would have clothes stuffed so you couldn't see inside. I didn't want to be seen. The mother figure was always at work, so she missed a lot. And I didn't have the heart to tell her because I felt like she hated me. Because she would talk to me so ugly. She was so mean. My siblings stayed jealous of me because he always got in trouble for something that I didn't. So I didn't really feel like I had an ally in them because I didn't trust them. So I would talk to my stuffed animals, and they all slept in my bed with me. And I would write, and I would read. School was always fun, even when it wasn't because I wasn't at home. But when school ended, I would be sad because I had to go back there. I stopped bathing so that I could stink, so that nobody would want to touch me. I would only bathe when I couldn't handle the odor anymore. My teachers would complain and they would come to me privately and tell me to bathe, but I couldn't explain to them why I didn't want to. I thought being 12 and 13 and 14 was supposed to be about like wearing pretty things and having friends and being allowed to go hang out with your friends and getting your hair fixed really pretty and just, being pretty. Uh, all I wanted to do was die. Like, I would pray for it every night. I would pray and ask God, somebody to just like kill me, like just take me, like do it. 16, and every day I would wake up once I realized I was not going and just cry. So why am I still here? During this time, I was wearing like a bunch of clothing, so you couldn't see my figure, so you couldn't see any body part. If I were allowed to go shopping, as opposed to my clothes being picked out for me, I would pick the ugliest, longest thing that I could I could wear that would hide everything. I was bullied in school for always wearing dresses. I wasn't allowed to shave my legs, so the genome kids would call me Daddy Long Legs. And I had a lot of anger, so I had a lot of reasons to fight. When the genome kids found out that I could fight, everybody wanted to be my friend because they wanted me to protect their girlfriends. Okay. I became popular because I was a fighter, but I couldn't fight at home. I couldn't stop the person abusing me the most from coming in my room at night when everybody was asleep, or if the mother figure was at work. I couldn't tell my brothers because they were already upset with me for having my own room. They were upset with me because I was allowed to go certain places that they weren't. They were labeled as bad and I was labeled as good. And now I'm wondering if I was labeled as good because somebody was abusing me and they were just trying to keep me quiet. I feel like the mother figure knew, she just didn't want to deal with it, especially since this person who I thought was my sister went through the same thing I did. I wasn't allowed to see her. None of us were allowed to see our older sibling. They lied and told us that she didn't want to be a part of our lives and that she hated us. So I grew up thinking that my older siblings hated me. I remember when one of my older siblings was locked up, he was in the pen, and I wrote him a letter trying to tell him what was happening to me or what had been happening to me over the years. And he had always said that I was his favorite um, baby sibling. And I just started writing him and I told him what was happening to me. And when I got the letter back, I just remember, like his response, I just remember my heart sinking because I'll never forget there was a part in it where he was like, I don't believe it. If you're trying to make me go against my own father, I can't do it because that man has done a lot. I'd forgotten about that till just now. If you're asking me to go against my father, I'm not going to do it because he's done a lot for me. So nobody liked me. Nobody wanted me. Like, because why would you allow your kid to hurt this way? Why would you allow your kid to hurt, period? Like, they've already got to go through peer pressure and, you know, feelings of like liking people and, wondering what that means and, developing their bodies and, you know, these changes that puberty brings and I just wanted stuff to stop popping out so that I couldn't be like looked at worse than I already was. I hated being called pretty. I hated being hugged. I don't care if it was just like a drape over the shoulder. I hated it. I was being groped and fondled, and sometimes like it was in the presence of other people, but other people just acted like they didn't see it. Maybe they didn't. I don't know.
Mm.
I was on my way to school one morning. I went to a private school, so we had to wear uniforms. And I used to have to get up really early to be in school by a certain time because the father figure had to be at work by a certain time, and the mother figure was already gone to work. And at some point, I must have fallen asleep on the ride to school because in my sleep I felt like somebody was like I felt a draft, and I'm sitting up in the front in the passenger seat, and I woke up to a draft, and when I woke up, this father figure had my skirt up, and air got under there. And I just remember waking up and looking at him, and he just kind of laughed it off and put my skirt down. Like, oops, you caught me.
Mm. That's okay. It's okay. It's safe. Release it. Release that. Release that. Release that. That's okay. I promise it is. You are safe. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. It's okay. Nobody has the right. Nobody had the right. It's okay. Nobody can protect him anymore. I got you. I got you.
There were a lot of days like that. Imagine having to set booby traps in your room to wake you up when somebody entered. during the safest part of the night, which is supposed to be the resting period. All the things meant to protect you were taken. I don't know how much I blocked off. I remember some things, I don't remember everything. Uh, so I used my stuffed animals, I used books, I used shoes, I used shoe boxes, just something that would make a noise that would wake me up. I can't tell you how many times I woke up in the middle of the night to somebody's hand on my leg under my covers. And I would make a move or I would start to sit up and they would run out of the room. Groping my breast here, grabbing my ass there, trying to force me to kiss them in the mouth. So when I had my wait, so I wasn't allowed to go around my family. Like I don't know who my cousins are. I don't know who my relatives are. I don't know. I didn't grow up with my family. I grew up with the people in my house. There were no summer vacations. There were no family dinners. There were no holiday gatherings. There were no nothing. Summer vacation was like church convention. There were no birthday presents. There were no, I'm proud of you. I got an A in this class, but it was only a 94. You can do better. Well, why did you get a B? Shit, because I couldn't fucking concentrate. Like, the amount of pressure, the amount of these expectations that have been set for me that you didn't even set for yourself. Like, you didn't see me as your child. You didn't see me as your daughter. You saw me as a whole. Mm. The prettier I got, the more I hated myself. I just need to be ugly. Like, I just need to be stinky. Like, people will leave me alone. They won't even want to have anything to do with me. Like, these are not normal thinking ideas or just thoughts that you have as it relates to how you see yourself. None of it was normal, but I tried to rationalize it, you know? I tried to pretend like it wasn't a big deal. It was. I didn't even have much in my room, but it was mine and it was like the safest place that I could go. I would hide in the closet a lot. My door was always closed. Like, it's gross to be looked at like an object. And at the same time, all you're hearing is hell. So it's like, well, maybe I gotta do it. If I don't do it, I'm gonna go to hell.
Mm, that's interesting indeed. Mm.
How is this right? Like, it don't make sense to me, though I tried to make it make sense to me. Like, I tried to figure it out. I tried to put it in a way where I could understand it. Because if I could understand it, I could accept it. So I was born to suffer and die. That's my life. So I just have to like deal with everything that comes with it. I just gotta like not make them mad at me. But I wasn't doing anything to make somebody mad at me. I just gotta like I just gotta do better. I just gotta excel in everything. I gotta be the best writer. I gotta be the best singer. I gotta be the best daughter. I gotta be the best sister. I gotta be the best kid in Sunday school. I gotta be the best kid in children's church. I just gotta be the best. So if I'm the best, maybe they'll leave me alone. Well, how come they don't bother my brothers the way that they bother me? You know? Then my brothers got taken out of the house after a certain point in time by the Child Protective Services. So I was really by myself then. Like, I was really by myself then.
Mm.
Breathe.
Everybody take a deep breath.
But I don't know what my brothers were dealing with either. Because they were skipping school and not going and getting fights. They were getting into it with the father parent. Uh, they ended up doing juvie for truancy and stuff like that. And they were getting like beat. And we had moved to a predominantly genome neighborhood. It's kind of upper class. And they didn't play that type of shit in their schools. So when they saw the bruisings and the markings, that's when the CPS entered into our lives. They took them out for a while. I remember having to go report, like, all of the kids had to go to the local CPS office and they made us all undress so they could look at us and see what kind of markings we had. But I had the kind of markings you couldn't see. So they let me go back home. My markings were internal. So I had my first nervous breakdown at like 19. And I had literally been fondled before that church service night, and I had the breakdown in church, in choir rehearsal, and they sent me to my first lady's office, and she made me tell her what was going on with me. And I told her, and the first thing out of her mouth was, "That's not him, it's a spirit in him."
Mm.
And she told me to go home and write a letter to my mom, my mother figure, and she was going to call us both back in her office the next morning so that she could read it in front of me. And so I went home scared as shit, but I wrote it. And we got there the next morning and she wrote it. It's the first time I'd actually seen a human experience out of her. Since she was reading, I saw tears falling. And she asked me, I don't remember what all I put in it, but it was very detailed. And she asked, "Why didn't you ever tell me?" And now I'm wondering if the tears were for the First Lady. Were you embarrassed? Or
Mm.
were you genuinely hurting for your
Mm.
daughter
Mm-hmm.
or daughter figure? And she told my mother this mother figure the same thing. It's not him, it's the spirit in him. I feel like she was more embarrassed than anything because their reputation means everything to them in the church. Their reputation is so important to them that we were never allowed to be a family because of it. Don't ask to do anything with me on these church nights because I got to go to church. And I'm not letting y'all interfere with my church. I'm not letting y'all interfere with my time with the Lord. I'm not letting y'all get in the way of my duty, my responsibilities. So y'all just gonna have to find another day to do it. She did not pick me, but why would she, right?
Mm.
She didn't pick me. She blamed me. She put me in the same boat as him. She stopped talking to him for like a week at the house, but she also stopped talking to me. When everything was cool with them again, that's when she started talking to me. I was alone. I didn't have nobody. I didn't have a single person, which is why I wanted to die.
Mm.
I thought telling was gonna like bring us closer together. I thought telling was gonna help me to like heal because I had some mental defects. But I had to hide it. I had to pretend like everything was okay because that's all they ever did. So the first lady was like, maybe you just need to get some time away. Maybe you need to just kind of take a breather and go somewhere else. And now I'm like, oh, you were sending me away because you didn't want me to tell anybody else.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So they sent me to another church in the fold. I had friends in another area. They sent me there to live. But they didn't send me there to live without attacking,
Mm-hmm.
without putting a signal on my back.
Mm-hmm.
So they called my pastors called this other church's pastors. And I don't know what I was saying, but I do know that they sent me down there as trouble. She's trouble. So just keep an eye on her, you know. And I went. I was there. I lived there for like 4 years. But everything that I didn't have a car then, everything that belonged to me in my room at their house, they destroyed and got rid of out of spite. Instead of just sending me my shit, they destroyed everything. Everything I loved, everything I cherished, everything that was important to me, they destroyed. They never even asked me if I wanted anything. You didn't ask me if I wanted to wear skirts. You didn't ask me if I wanted to wear anything. You didn't even ask me if I wanted to be touched. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be ignored. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be alone. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be raped. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be molested. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be manipulated. You didn't ask me anything. You just did because you felt like you could. So I get down here and I find out that this pastor's daughter had been raped by people in the church and they never did anything about it. And that was my first encounter with a woman having a crush on me. And she was like way older than me. And that was my first encounter with a woman. And she pursued me, and I didn't feel like I was worthy of love. I thought I was incapable of loving. So after she pursued me, I never really had like a real relationship before. But when she got tired of me, she threw me away. The only reason why she got tired of me is because I wanted to go public with our relationship. And she didn't want anybody to know. So she betrayed me by lying on me to her father. I don't know what all she said, but it was enough for him to kick me out of his church. He told me that I was the reason why the members were leaving, that I was poisoned, that I'm the reason why his church went downhill. He sent me back to, he sent me back home. But before I got home, the rumors had already spread. They started the rumors. So I got blackballed in this church, and my parental figures were not there to support me or even fight for me. What I was told was, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to hear about it. Keep me out of it. I ended up having my first kid while I was away. And I remember my father figure being so angry about me being pregnant. And I couldn't help but wonder if he was upset because it wasn't his. He was upset with me for a long time until he saw the baby for the first time. And then they were like the world's greatest grandparents, the world's greatest grands you ever wanted to see, which was traumatic for me because they were the worst parents I'd ever seen. And a few years later, I had my second kid. And this was around the time I met Vito. Outside of my kids, she was the purest form of love I'd seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when they found out that I had decided to live with a woman, they were angry and they set out to destroy her too. They called her so many different homophobic names and slurs. I never heard Christian people talk like that. They tried to turn my children against me as they got older, siblings included. They wanted to fight her. They wished death on her. They were so ugly to her. And she had every right to leave me. My kids were terrorized. They wouldn't tell me anything that these people were saying behind my back when I would let them go over to their house. My family was so important to me that Peta was afraid to tell me anything that she really felt. She felt like she had to go hide herself in her room when they were around. I couldn't understand why. I just wanted to bridge my family together. I just wanted us to be a family. It was only after she told them that she had gotten saved or whatever that they started treating her like a decent human being, a Christian person. And he told me that I was going to go to hell for living with her, um, that she was going to go to hell for wearing men's clothing, that I was traumatizing my kids, and that my kids were going to be gay when they got older. Like they were obsessed with thinking that she was trying to be their father, which she never was. She was just beat up. It put a strain on our relationship. I was still in church at that time, not that one, but I was still like in church. Um, and so I ended up breaking up with her because I didn't know, I didn't want to go to hell. I tried to seek therapy. It seemed like everybody that I went to for help turned me away or discarded me. So I felt like nobody wanted me. Nobody wanted me around. My kids didn't even want to be around me. They would have rather been around them. And I had to deprogram them every time I brought them home because all of their hatred, all of their filth, that shit was like festering in my kids. And they were coming home and treating us the way that they were talking about us in front of my children. There are so many secrets, so many secrets. I would get punished and rebuked, if you will, for asking questions. Nobody wanted to talk about the family. I didn't know where my relatives were so that I could ask them. Nobody ever talked about the family. And now I'm like, did they know how these people got down? And that's why we weren't allowed to go around them. And they were hiding in church to cover it up. Because, Christians like to believe that once they get saved, like their past life doesn't matter. Like whatever they did prior don't matter. The first time I tried to talk to my parents about what I had suffered, what they had done to me, what life was like, the mother figure said, "Well, if you feel like I did anything to you, then I'm sorry, because none of that had nothing to do with me. Had everything to do with you, because you allowed it to happen. You saw the signs, you knew the warnings, you've seen it happen more times than you care to admit." I struggled. I was afraid to be a parent because I felt like what was done to me, I was going to do to them. I shared my thoughts with a my PCP at the time, and she reported me to the CPS. I didn't have a safe space anywhere, and every time I tried to open my mouth and voice my concerns, I got punished for it, which is how I lost my voice. Which I now understand, Malika, why you call me the spicy whisperer. Why that makes so much sense to me. I would have forgiven it all, y'all, if we could have just talked as a family and dealt with our issues to be a family. But it wasn't meant to be because it was V Dub who brought Quatita to me, And I always say that because that's how I found her, through Lita. And when I had my first session with her, I wasn't prepared for everything that the spirit had for me to do. It's like they were waiting on me to meet her so that she could help me make sense in my life. So I'll never take away what she's given me. Because she listened. When they told me to disconnect from them, I did. I thought it was the hardest thing I was going to have to do because, I loved them so much. Like, I did. I was willing to put up with anything just to prove to them that I was capable of being loved. Like, I just wanted to be loved, man. Like, because why would you love Maya? Who wouldn't want to love Maya? They didn't even fight. They didn't put up a fight. They didn't fight for me. You did all of this shit to me, and you wouldn't even fight for better with me. When I cut them off, it was like they were like relieved. I have not heard from anybody in a year. Like, it's okay. It's been a year. I have not heard from anybody. So that's what made me feel like it just further convinced me that I was not wanted. And so for Papa to come in and say, oh, by the way, the mother you think is your mother is not your mother. Your real mother is also your sister, crushed me.
Mm, release that. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Because everything started making sense. That lady hated me.
Mm.
She took care of me because she had to.
It's okay. It's okay. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm angry because you didn't even love me enough to like me. You didn't even like me enough to love me. And I'm also, if I'm honest, if I'm being totally transparent,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
angry with the deities because why do you see me as something special that they couldn't?
Mm. It's okay. You are special. You are important. You are worth loving. You are worth being loved. You are loved. Absolutely. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm angry, Christina.
I know. I know it. I know it. It's okay. You got the right to be, Maya. You got the right to be. I got you. Yes, ma'am. Release it. Breathe, everybody. Breathe. You have the right to be. Nobody can protect this anymore. You are protected. You are worthy.
My siblings didn't fight for me either. I told them what happened. My sister, my half sister, I don't even know what she is to me. She went through the worst. And her response was, "Why? Why is she bringing this? Why is she bringing this to the table? Why is she talking about this?" Other siblings were, "I don't believe her. She lied. When have you ever known me to be a liar?" And so they took their side. They took the side of these parental figures.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to them either. Nobody, nobody fought for me.
Because they don't deserve to have your beauty and your kind of love and innocence and purity in their life. They don't even deserve you. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. They couldn't fight for something that they knew you were telling the truth about. How can they fight against it? To say anything would to be to expose them to. You are okay. Just breathe. You are safe. Just breathe.
I had to forgive to find this out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So does that make the forgiveness invalid?
No.
Can I forgive and still be angry?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You work yourself through it until you can fully process it. The forgiveness is for you, not for them. It's always fuck them. Forgiveness is for you to receive your power back. So you know that they don't control you. You're okay. Breathe, everybody. Breathe. You done? You be done. You be done. Absolutely. You said enough. You said a lot. You said a lot. Come on, hold on, everybody. You take your time. Gratitude, Maya. Breathe, Maya. That took a lot. I don't know. I said to Maya, I said, I think it's very important that you tell your story because your story is a lot of people's story. A lot of people believe that they are sitting alone in trauma. Someone had asked in the chat, because I've been watching the chat, if they could come up and tell their story, if you can release it. Absolutely. I'm going to drop the link because I thought this 3 day releasing and transformation was going to be just about me, and it's not. And I'm gratituding to the souls and the spirit that it's not just about me because I can't do this by myself. Maya can't do it by herself. It's impossible. It's impossible. I show everybody respect and gratitude for understanding how important it is to release, to rebuild yourself mentally. Come on. Yes, I see you. I see you. Greetings. I don't know why I can't hear you. You're on mute. There you go.
Greetings, governess. How are you?
Greetings. How are you?
I'm okay. Um,
You okay, Maya? Breathe, Maya. It's okay. Gratitude.
um, I'm nervous. I'm not even gonna lie. First, I want to say gratitudes to you and Maya Jaye and everybody that's in the chat for wanting to heal. That's the first step to healing is wanting to. Um, I was abused as a child. Well, really, my entire life.
Let me say, you are safe. You hear me, Include? You are safe.
Forgive me. I'm really nervous.
No, you take your time. You are safe here.
Um, I honestly like. Can you close my door, Braylon? Don't remember when it first started with me. I'm not even gonna lie. Um, close the doors. Okay. When you have trauma, like she was saying, you kind of unintentionally push it out of your mind. So I can't remember when it started for me. But I do remember growing up, my mother always had issues with my biological father. So now, to me in my mind, I feel like my mother resented me because she hates my father. So I got different treatments compared to my other siblings. I was always labeled as a liar, even though I never lied to my mother. She always labeled me as a liar. I was being fast. And I could never understand why she felt like that about me. I'm like, everything she keeps saying about me, that's not me. Why does she keep saying that? Why does she keep saying that? Why does she feel like this about me? Why do I not feel loved? And when I used to express it to her, she would always just say, "Oh, you're a liar. You're a liar."
Hmm.
And I remember she would go so far as telling me she thought I was having sex. I was in the eighth grade. I didn't know anything about sex. Oh, lay down on the sofa, take your clothes off. I'm going to inspect you. I'm like, you're not doing that to me.
Hmm.
Yes, I am. I'm going to check you. I'm going to check you. And I would just be like, I would run away. I started running away from home. So after that, it continued. It was my grandmother, the one that passed away recently. She had adopted two other kids. So my mother was biologically the only child. She had adopted two other kids. And the oldest one that she had would always bother me while I was asleep. And I remember when I was 11 that I had came and I told my grandmother. She didn't really do anything. She hit him with a broomstick, but that was it. Um, After that, I had ran away from home when she finally took me back home. I ran away and they wanted to know why. I had came up pregnant. Um, and when I went home, I told my mother what happened. I told my mother what happened. When I told my mom what happened, we had like a family meeting. It was her boyfriend. I was kind of humiliated because I'm like, this wasn't the kind of meeting that I wanted to have. I was just expecting it to be me and my mother and my grandmother, and we would just talk. And in the midst of me telling my mom the things that were going on and how the guy that was supposed to be my uncle was bothering me while I was asleep and doing things to me, my grandmother got up from her chair and whispered in my ear and said, "Don't say anything."
Wow.
And I remember I was standing there and I'm like hurt. I didn't know whether to cry or I was confused. I'm like, but this is my grandmother. I love my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
But you tell me don't say anything? I was in shock, like a disbelief. So after that, it was like, it wasn't even just family for me. It would be my mom's boyfriend. And then I wound up going into foster care. I told my mom. My mom said she didn't believe me. And it was just, it was a lot, And then once I became an adult, my mother, the guy that my mother had been married to or is still married to this day, I had been knowing this man, I think, I don't even really know, since I maybe was like 3 or 4. I went over to my mom's house this particular day. Um, we were trying to build a mother daughter relationship since we had never had one. And I was excited. I went over to my mom's house and I took my work clothes so that I could go to work the next day. And when I did that, her husband came in the house and I just thought he was drunk. That was always his thing, getting drunk. I just thought he was drunk. And he came and he sat on the sofa. And I was looking at him like really weird, like, what's wrong? But this wasn't I'm just drunk look. He sat on the sofa beside me and he started, I don't know, something told me to start recording on my iPad. He didn't know I was recording it. He started talking to me. This was the guy that I knew, the father that I never had. He was supposed to be my father.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And this man sat on my mother's couch and said to me, "You gonna let me suck on your pussy?" I'm like, what? I
Wow.
was so scared in that moment because like, it took me
Yes.
back to being a child because
Yes.
I've
Yes.
been knowing this man
Yes.
all of my life. This man was my dad.
Yes.
And I said, I couldn't do anything but cry.
Mm.
I'm okay, son, go. No, you're not. I couldn't do anything but cry. And I just kept recording. I called my friend while he was sitting there talking to me. She's like, "Who is that?" And I said, "This is my stepdad. I keep telling you." This man sat and said to me, "I've been waiting on this moment since you were
Wow.
a kid."
Wow.
He hurt me so bad.
I understand. I'm so sorry.
For the first time in my life, I decided to speak out. I called my mom. I got up and I got ready to leave her house. I was looking for my phone. He had hit my phone. I couldn't find my phone to call my mom. He just kept saying, "Oh, I don't want you to tell. I don't want you to tell." And I didn't want to, I wanted to get out of there. So I kept saying, "I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything." I went home and I called my mom and I said, "Can you come to my house?" My mom was giving me a hard time. "Why do I need to come? Why do I need to come?" I'm like, "Just come to the house, please." She came. I played the video for her. She made a scene. She went and she cut him. She made a scene, moved out, moved into my house temporarily. And I remember 2 days after, my mom snuck out of my house to move back in with this man.
Mm.
And
Mm.
after that, she had been with him. She remarried him again. And I told my siblings, but I'm not even gonna lie, I feel like my siblings still to this day let me down because I'm like, that's wrong. And nobody ever decides to open their mouth to say, you know, whether you're right or wrong. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And that's just what it is. And my mom still to this day is married to this man.
Wow.
I come around, she wants me to act normal, like nothing has happened.
Mm.
And that just doesn't sit right with me. I'm like, that's not right. This man has bothered me and traumatized me in ways. I even tried to commit suicide. I would never forget. My son was 3 years old. I went to work and I tried to kill myself.
Mm.
And my mother knew it. And she never said anything to this day.
Wow.
So one day, I remember I got on live and I said, because it had been bothering me so long, it took a toll on me so bad. I don't, to this day, I know for a fact that I don't even know how to engage with men.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I have to catch myself sometimes when I'm talking to my husband. I just talk really like masculine to him, like really hard. Cause
Yeah.
I don't have a, I'm trying to, I would try to talk to him really soft like a woman, but then I'm like, I can't let you hurt me.
Yeah. Nothing that
So,
feels safe.
right. So, I try to talk to him like I'm supposed to, or like I feel like I'm supposed to, but it took a toll on me, I don't know. And then some parts of me are just like, I don't think I would ever be able to trust men. But
No.
then one day I got on here and I remember seeing you talk about the deities wanting us to call out to them. And I got on here and I said, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do what governance told me to do. I'm gonna try it tonight when I get in the shower. I got in my shower. I hadn't been talking to my mom for about 3 months at this time. I got in my shower. When I got in the shower, um, I just started crying. I started crying and I started telling myself I forgave me for
Mm-hmm.
everything I felt like I was wrong for. I blamed myself because
Yes.
I couldn't figure out what I had done so wrong that they would never bother my siblings. My mother had 3 girls. Nobody ever bothered my sisters, but it was always me. I'm like, what is it about me that they keep bothering me? Why? Why are you guys bothering? What is it about me? You know? And I remember I was in the shower and I just kept crying. I said, okay, please. I kept crying. I'm crying now, Levy, and I got me so that I can heal. I'm tired of hurting. I
Yes.
don't want to
Yes.
hurt.
Yes.
And they don't think about the trauma that it puts on your life and it
Yes.
wears off on you. And I see myself and my trauma in the way that I talk to my kids, in the way
Mm-hmm.
that I chastise. I see the hurt and the anger and the afterwards. I'm like, oh God, I have to go back and apologize.
Yeah.
And I cried and I'm like, Yehuda, please help me. Like, I don't want to hurt anymore. And I could honestly say, Yehuda got me in that shower 2 days and broke me the fuck down. I
Yes.
was crying. I literally called my mom and I can't figure out why. I said, Mama, I just wanted to call you and tell you I love you and I forgive you for the hurt that you did to me. And she was on the phone like, what? Like there was something wrong with me. And I said, I
Mm-hmm.
forgive you. She told me, I forgive you. For what? I didn't do
Mm-hmm.
anything to you.
Mm-hmm.
We never talk about the hurt, but you want to talk about everything else. Let's talk about the real, how you hurt me,
Yeah.
how it affects my adult life.
Yes.
This affects me because I have my daughter. And I had to sit and make a very big decision one day, and they wanted to know why I don't talk to my mother. And I sat and I explained to my kids the hurt that my mother had done to me. And I didn't want to, but I did. I felt like they deserved that,
Yes. Yes.
to know why their mother is so hurt and traumatized. Why I'm living a trauma life that I feel like go back and fix. I
Yeah.
had to explain to my kids why my mother wasn't around like she was for my siblings' kids. My mother would come up here to Georgia and stay a year and would never call to see my kids. I had to beg my biological father to be in my children's life, and he still never would. That hurt me because even though I'm a family oriented person and I want family to be around, I could never figure out why mine wouldn't love me the way I felt like I needed to be loved.
Yeah.
My mother didn't love me like I needed to be. She didn't protect me. My grandmother didn't protect me.
But you deserve to be protected, though.
Nobody did. Nobody. And
Yeah.
believe it or not, as old as I am, my husband is trying to protect me. And I'm grown. He's trying to apologize for my child hurt that I had. And it hurts me because my children have to suffer with
Yeah.
this. That hurts
Yes.
me. I love my baby so much. I never try to cause any harm. It's unintentional. It's so unintentional. I never forget the first time I was pregnant, my first child. My mother intentionally caused me a miscarriage. That hurted me. When
Mm.
my grandmother said she gave you an abortion pill. And I was like, what? Why would you
Oh
do
my
that?
God. I'm so sorry.
Why would you do
Mm.
that? My baby would have been 14. You
Mm.
hurt me in ways that you can never take back.
Mm.
I was so hurt. I'm still hurting, but I'm trying to get over it gradually. But I'm still out because I don't understand. I honestly don't. I don't understand. Like Maya J said, what did I do so bad for you to make me feel like this or to hurt me the way you did?
Nothing.
Why? I'm hurting so bad. I'm tired of hurting. I don't want to hurt no more. I don't want to wear my heart on my sleeves. I don't want to do that. I want to love. I want to be a loving person. I want to be able to converse with other people, but I can't. I stay in the house and just share on my own.
But you will. You
I'm
will.
trying.
It's no
I'm
relief.
trying. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm trying. I'll try to get into meditating every day and talking to you, whatever I have to do. I'm trying because I want to heal. I'm tired. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to hurt. But like I said, she doesn't understand the pain that she's caused in my life.
Yeah.
It affects me every day. I don't care what it is, it affects me. It affects my emotional state. I had low self esteem issues behind that. I never thought I was pretty. It was a lot. And the one person I did think protected me, my grandfather passed away. After that, it was over.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was over. I had no protection, and I still don't.
You do. You do.
And
You
then
have your husband, you have your Huda, you have the deities, you have me, you have us. You are protected. Nobody is going to do these things to you anymore. And it's just time to release. You may never get from mom what you need, and that's okay.
And that's what I feel like I'm missing. My cousin said, "Cousin, you don't need it," and I feel like I do. I feel like I'm owed an apology or a reason
You
why.
are old. You are old, and you may never get it, and that's okay because it will not break you. Your truth is your truth. And long as you get it out, you say it, you release it, it no longer belongs to you. You no longer hold it. You send it back to the ethers and may it find where it's supposed to rest. You are beautiful and you are safe and you are okay. You are okay. I show gratitude. It's not easy to get up here and say it and your face is showing, you know, it's okay and grief.
My grandmother passed away or was getting ready to pass. I was the only person there for her. And she started trying to apologize to me. And then she came to me while I was in the shower when I was asking Yehuda to help me heal. And I could feel my grandmother on my side kiss me and say, I apologize. I couldn't protect you, dear.
Mm,
But I was wrong. I love you and I could do it now. And I'm like, why didn't you do it when you were here?
yeah,
Why?
right.
Why wait until you transition to try to protect me? Why?
Mm, hmm
Why didn't you do it when you were here? I had to
hmm
wait for you to be on your deathbed to apologize to me and to love me the way I needed to be
hmm
loved. I had to wait.
It's okay.
I had to wait. I feel like I was owed much more than that. But like you said, I was.
Yeah,
I'm trying to heal for my babies. They
yeah.
don't know all
And
of it,
you will.
but I
And you
told them
will.
some. I'm
And you
trying
will.
every day. Every day I'm trying. I really am. I show gratitude to all of you all. for
Absolutely.
everyone. For I really appreciate this moment because I've never been able to have anybody to talk to.
Now you got all of us, and I feel like it's important that you came up here. Like I'm about to have Cleopatra come up, because we think we the only ones, that you know what I'm saying, with that trauma and the thought, what did I do wrong? What did I do?
Yeah.
You
And that
did,
was my number one question. Like, and then I started thinking, I said, that saying that people say every time you think you're going through something, there's somebody going through something much worse. And I
yeah,
finally understand that. Just listening to these ladies tell their stories, and I'm like, it's so many melanin women that have gone through this. This is ridiculous with
yeah,
nobody to protect
yeah, absolutely. But we're
us. It's ridiculous.
unbreakable.
Yes,
Our sh-
gratitude.
gratitude.
Gratitude, Christina. I love you so
I
much.
love you as
I
well.
love you all. Gratitude.
Gratitude. I just want everybody to take a few deep breaths. Just breathe, breathe. This is not easy. It is not, but it is so necessary. And my 3 day release and my 3 day elevation is going to be your elevation and release too. I show gratitude. Greetings. Hey, Kelly. How are you? It's okay. Whatever you got to do, you got to release it. You are safe here.
I just want to say I show gratitude to everyone on here, and especially you and my. Um, I don't even know where to begin, but a lot of my childhood I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Molested by my father, my biological father.
Mm.
Um, it didn't get to penetration, but it happened when I was 5. And how I know that is only because I got hit with the T treatment where they hit. I went to a psychiatrist, and my mother took me and she said that the psychiatrist put me under hypnosis.
Mm.
I don't know if that's why I don't have any recollection up till 10. Um,
Mm.
some of the things that my brothers can remember, I can't. Because
Right.
I have no recollection of me being a child. It's like I never existed.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it's been eating me up. But because I was not allowed to say anything, because I didn't have a voice, because I was threatened that if I told, that I would be cut up into tiny pieces and put in a garbage bag and buried in wooden woods,
Mm.
is why I didn't say anything. We were not allowed to talk about it. We never talked about sex.
Mm.
I was sent to an all girls school without my say so. My brothers got to go to different schools. Um, I went to a Catholic school. And when I tell you I did everything not to pass those tests, questions that I did know, I answered wrong. But I think the questions that I didn't know, I think I got them right because I ended up getting in there. And I knew then that it was not for me because they would do the Hail Mary and they had a statue of Mary sitting out. Um, I'm jumping all over the place
You're
because I
strong. You're
remember
strong.
things. I remember the day that I felt like he was going to come up because he told me he needed to be the first man to show me how I needed to treat my husband.
Mm.
Got married. And all I remember is laying in my bed. And I used to, like Maya said, used to do booby traps. So you can hear somebody come in your room
And when he stood at the door, he was butt naked.
Mm.
And my mom just so happened to double back because she had to work at like 5. My brothers were older than me, so they were in college when I went to school. Now, because I went to Mount Notre Dame, I had to get a car, so I got my license, and this is 10th grade. And my mom had the car that they first just got those boop boop things, and he heard it. And when I tell you, I've never seen somebody run so fast to where he was slipping and sliding down the steps. And all I could think of was like, what the heck was going on? Like, what was it? And my mom came up and she said, "Get up. You're not going to school." She said, "You're coming with me." In my room, I had the whole upstairs. So when my brothers came down, it was only 2 bedrooms downstairs, and then we had a basement. Um, I had like a computer room, and then across from my room was where my bed was. But I also had a little attic space that anytime I would hear somebody coming up the steps, because you could hear it, I would go and crawl and hide in that attic space.
That's okay. Release that. Release that. That's okay. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Oh,
Yeah. Whew. It's okay. You are safe. Mm.
I apologize.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You release it. Release that. Yes.
So when my mom took me to the park, she asked me if anybody was touching me. I never gave her a straight answer because I know what he told me. He would cut me up.
Mm, mm, mm.
So they kind of like saw it. Um, she put me back in the car and she called my grandfather and asked him for a gun. And he said, "Khaki, I need to talk to you." He said, "Pull up." So my mom took me in. She's like, "Kelly, telling him." I'm just looking at him like I'm not saying nothing. I didn't feel like I had a voice. And even though she kept telling me to tell him, I couldn't tell him. So
Mm, mm.
this is where I lose that part because the part that I say next is we ended up over at my aunt's house. There's a lot that I can't remember. I remember being a kid over at my aunt's for 3 months, and I felt so safe with my aunt Poochie. I felt so safe.
Yes. Breathe.
And my dad found out where we were at because I had parked my car over at my grandma's house and parked it behind. She was living in an assisted living. My grandmother had 12 kids, but she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at the age of 18. So all of her kids, like even if she didn't want to have all those kids, she couldn't. My grandfather would come in drunk and he would just put it on her. So my mom was like the second of the oldest, but she never really, I didn't even know my mom. Like everything on the outside, you would think that we were this perfect family. Like my dad pulled us away from my other grandma at the age of 12. Um, when he came to my aunt's house, she pulled out a gun and she said, "If you want him, come get him." She said, "Because I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of you." And he ended up leaving. But a couple of days after that, he called my mom from my grandma's house. And she called my grandma to see if he was really there. And she said that Sean came by to hang up some pictures. And he's just so sweet. So
Mm.
she said, put Sean on the phone. And she got on the phone and he said, if you don't come back home, he said, I'm going to do your mom how I'm going to do you and your daughter.
Mm, mm. It's okay, Kelly. It's okay, Kelly.
So we had to go back.
Oh,
And I felt like, oh, I know as a child, it was like, okay, your mom knows best. But I'm so angry because I felt like she chose my mom over me.
mm. Wow. That's okay. Release that. Yes. Release that gratitude to the spirit. Free your soul. Free your soul. Nobody can hurt you anymore, Kelly.
I've been doing the shadow work.
Mm.
A lot of my decisions that I've let my mom control was due to the fact that I just want acceptance from her. And I got that. Even after Quinita, you gave me that reading of my mom, she didn't come back and say, I'm sorry. She didn't come back and say, the question that you told me that she asked was, do I blame her for the way my life has turned out?
Mm.
And I
Yeah.
said, yes.
Yeah.
But all I wanted was for her to love me,
Oh.
to say, I got you. It's going to be okay. And a lot of that, if I would have known then, I would have raised my kids on my own. But because I thought she knew best, she had an input on everything that I did, even when I got grown and had kids.
Wow.
My oldest son, not Josh, but the one that I went and had an abortion.
Yes. Release that. Yes, ma'am. Mm. Yes, ma'am. Ooh. Yes.
I'm so mad, upset.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Gratitude. Gratitude, Kelly. Yes. Breathe. 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 Release that. Release that. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Yes, ma'am. Come on.
Oh, Mama,
It's
why?
okay. It's
It did.
okay. It's okay. Just release that. Release that.
Yehuda.
Together. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Hashay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yep. Find your coping techniques. That's right. Find your coping techniques. Just breathe. Yes. Yes. Because it hurts and it's fucked up. Yes.
I just wanted somebody to just love me, her, just her,
Yeah.
because I thought she knew it was my fault. And then both of my parents died on January 28th, 2022. I did a live, and I started that live 5 times. And I came on live, and I told my story. I was not okay. It was bittersweet because it was on her birthday. Oh, I got several inboxes from my cousins that are older than me and my aunts.
Yeah.
My dad did this to them uh,
Oh.
before I was born.
Ooh, you okay? You're
Uh,
okay. You are okay. You're okay. Breathe. Ooh, breathe. Breathe. It's okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Ooh.
I knew they wasn't lying because he told me the tattoos, and that's what I remember. Oh God!
Mm.
So now, when I thought that I had forgiven her, he also told me that his dad confronted my aunt and my mom about this, and they knew. Oh Jesus! Get the fuck out of here! That's why I knew it couldn't have been Jesus. Because if it was Jesus, he would have protected us.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Queen. Quatita.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. I mean, I'm
You're
so used to
okay. You're
calling you.
okay.
I apologize. Oh,
Okay.
I'm so angry.
Yeah. You had the right. You had the right.
And to know that my boyfriend that I had, and I was wondering why I kept attracting the same men. Oh,
Release it.
Buddha.
Release that.
Oh,
Stand in it.
that one of the guy that I was dating had touched on my daughter or
Yeah.
kissed her ass. Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
That's all right. Come on. You okay?
Quatita.
It's no judgment. It's no judgment.
When I took my daughter to Children's Hospital to get checked out to make sure that he didn't touch her, my mom said before I go in there, I need to think about the consequences. The fuck that they could take my kids from me. Oh, I was so scared.
It's no judgment, Kelly. Breathe through it.
Oh.
Breathe through it, Kelly. Breathe through it.
I checked her, but I wanted to make sure because she told me, she said, Mom, when we came home from bowling, we were supposed to go to sleep. I went down, got a glass of water, and I was in the bathtub. He said as she walked up the steps, he called her in the bedroom, my bedroom. She said he told her to lay down on the bed. And that's when he started kissing her butt.
Mm.
I was sitting in the tub and I said, Who is that up? I said, Jayla, is that you?
Mm. Mm.
Oh. She came in the bathroom and I said, What are you doing up? And she said, I was getting a glass of water. Quatita asked her if she was okay, and she told me yes. Oh, She wasn't okay. He had violated her. And as me growing up with my kids, I stayed home and babysat kids just for that reason. Just for that reason. Because of what my biological father did. Not to mention he was a police officer.
Mm. No protection.
I had none.
It's
My
okay.
aunt had called protective services and they came up to the school. And I had a lady pull me out of class. My teacher pulled me out of class. And we went in the room with the principal and this lady. And she asked me, she said, we got a call that was concerning that you were being touched on. Is that true? And I said no.
Mm.
Because my father told me if I was to ever tell them, he would go across the street from that cemetery because he was a sniper and would blow my head away and would not miss.
Mm. So you was always being threatened. Your
Yes.
life was always in danger.
Yes. And I
That's
handled this with Jayla just like I handled my mama handled it with me. And that's not fair to her.
stand in it. What
And
does that mean, Kelly?
I apologize because I overlooked it.
Yeah.
I overlooked. And then I had blackouts as well. Because not only that, my cousin was babysitting my kids. I was a single parent for kids, but I always worked. And everything that I tried to protect when they were little, it didn't happen to them until they got older. So, whew, my cousin was babysitting and one of his friends that came over. I was at work. Thank God for my oldest daughter, Jayla. I show gratitude.
Yes, ma'am.
She called me from work. Jade, my youngest daughter, had been touched by my cousin's friend.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know how I got there from Blue Ash to Fairfield in 15 minutes, but by the time I got there, he was gone. I was going to jail.
Mm.
Recently, um, gratitude. I show gratitude to you, Quatita, because you did a reading 2 years ago, and you said that we were going to have between me and my two daughters, we were gonna. It's gonna be some laughing, some crying, some laughing, and some crying. And this is when uh, Carlos was standing under you.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, you corrected him on live because you told him that there is more to the story than what it was. And I used to always think that people would judge me, which at this point, because I've done my shadow work and because I stand in my truth, everything I stand in my truth. Oh, um, I took it as a judgmental on his end, not yours.
Mm-hmm.
So when I did that reading with you, and my father came through, you remember that?
I wish I did. I don't.
And he said, no excuses, no excuses. But who was there for me when it happened to me?
Mm. Wow.
And I said, that gave y'all more reason why not to. Because I didn't do it. I broke that curse. I never looked at my kids in that way. I was always protecting other kids. So when you say, Kelly, what about the children? I'm helping them now, Quatita.
Yes, ma'am.
I show gratitude to Yehuda, Mother
Gratitude.
Nina, Internet.
Yes, Amen.
And you also told me that I was having a grandson.
Yeah.
And Jade is pregnant.
Yes.
The baby's due on December the 6th.
Oh,
And
good
it's a
for
boy.
her. Good for her.
So I stand in my truth. I forgive my mom. I forgive my father. I no longer want to be angry, sleep. I show gratitude to the ladies who all came up here because it's hard,
Yeah.
especially standing in your truth.
Yeah.
And anytime that you do a reading and they come through, I just feel like she's always angry, like she's always on me. She always is like she hates me. And I didn't deserve that. I did not deserve that.
Absolutely.
I am worthy. I'm going to say I am worthy.
You are worthy.
I am
Absolutely.
love. I'm a Pisces. I have all 12 signs in me, and I am love.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I
You
show
deserve it.
gratitude for this because this really helped me. I know I was trying to be on there with Yali, but this is like a dream come true because I'm not alone. And I thought I was.
I feel your release. Your energy feels lighter from the time you
Yes.
started.
Yes. I was working on it, but this, whoo, I feel like, oh my goodness, you
Yeah.
just don't even know.
We got a few other ones we're going to let come up.
I'm going to get off.
I love you, Kelly.
I
I'm
love
so
you.
gratitude.
Gratitude. Gratitude.
Absolute. All right. Breathe. Breathe. Everybody breathe. It's okay. I'm crying with you, but please believe it. Please believe it. It takes a lot. Madam Honey, Madam,
Yes, I'm here.
how are you?
I'm good. So I don't really want to talk about like everything that's going on with me in my past. I'm really working hard to like stop thinking about it and putting it out there. I just wanted to say that everyone who has come on today, please know that it is not your fault. Please know that what you are going through and what you have been through is only to push you to be stronger. Please know that I am with you in your healing, and I hope and I pray that all of you beautiful women, I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm. Nope, don't be. You're okay.
just know that if don't nobody else say it, I'ma say it for them. If you ain't hear it, you gonna hear it today. You are strong, you are powerful, you are beautiful. Everything that you have been through up until this point and beyond some is just to make you stronger. Everybody who has ever turned you away, who has ever make you feel, who's ever, I can't even speak, like
You're fine.
anybody who's ever made you feel less than, anybody who has hurt you in any way, shape, or form, those people were not worthy of you. So they try to pin it on you, their pain, their sorrow, their hurt, just to make you feel a type of way. And they won, they had their little victory, but now it's your time. It's your time to go supernova. It's your time to show everyone who has ever hurted you in your past that what they did, not only was they wrong about you and what they did, but they was wrong and now they about to lick the I'm sorry, I don't want to be cussing on here. They about to kiss the ground that you walk on, baby. Everything
Yes.
that was pushed on you, that was shoved on you, that was done to you without your permission, without your consent.
Yes.
Every person in your family, baby. I don't even mess with my family no more. I don't care no more. At this point, I have no mother. I have no brothers and sisters. I have no family. I don't care because every last one of them, they chose what they chose, and now it's time for me. Just like it's time for y'all. They ain't healing. They want to be in their little evil ways. They wanna continue to be a dirt bum ass motherfucker and
Yeah.
hurting everybody that come across them. You let them do them, baby, because it's your time to shine. It's your time to rise up from the ashes. You are phoenixes. You are goddess. You are worthy. Anything that has ever happened to you, I am sorry for you. And I just want to let you know I understand all the pain that y'all have gone through. I've been there. I don't need, I'm so distraught. Like for the longest time, I always thought nobody has ever been through what I've been through. After hearing everybody's story, I'm just like, wow, I'm not alone. And I know that's not something to be proud of, and trust me, I'm not. But it is a relief. It is a relief to know that I am not the only one who was thrown down in the dirt by her mother, who was talked about by her family, who was been hurt by someone she's trusted, who put all their faith into somebody just for
Yes.
them to turn their back on you.
Yes.
I am here. If anybody needs to talk, please do not be afraid to talk to me. If you need someone to genuinely love and care about you, I give a damn. I give a
Yes.
damn. And I just
Gratitude.
want to let everybody know that. I don't care if you a million miles away. I don't care if you around the corner, baby. You can talk to me. I understand. Even when it's hard, people box themselves in and they always feeling like the world is against them because they
Yes.
don't know who to trust, and you always fighting yourself out of a corner. I'm 22 years old. I know your pain. I feel
Mm.
it. I
Wow.
feel your pain. I'm not even near you and I'm crying. My heart hurts for y'all. It does. I'm lucky enough to have found someone, a friend, someone who was genuine with me. You know, I'm so messed up mentally, and I'm not gonna say her name because she's listening right now. But I'm not gonna say her name because I don't know if she's comfortable with that. But mentally, I am so distraught and disturbed that I close myself in to hide from my own thoughts. I will literally trap myself to try and calm my own mind down, and it doesn't work. I have been trying everything, but these meditations that my friend, the one who has taken the time out of her life to take care of me in a way that shows that love is not fake, it's real, and it's something
Mm-hmm.
pure, and something that everyone, no matter what they've been through, no matter what they done, not 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 every hurt people hurt people like Queen said, but them same hurted people who hurted someone else, they had a choice. They had a choice. They could have instead of hurting you, they could have been like, well, hey, I see you going through something. Let's figure it out because I've been through something. Let's help each other out. But the world ain't like that. The world is always, oh, I'm on top. Somebody got to be on top. No, nobody has to be on top for love. Love is an equal opportunity, just like violence and destruction is an equal opportunity. It's all
Yeah.
about your choices. And for those of you who is out here hurting people, out here hurting women, just know men ain't that powerful no more. Just because you have a penis between your legs, just because you hit like a brick, baby. We women were worshipped before men came women. And I just want to let everybody know that without
Yes.
us, there would be no you.
Yes.
Without our love, our nurture, our caring, our divineness, there would be none of y'all. So everybody out here going crazy and hurting people because of what somebody else did to them, remember, your mother is a woman. Your daughter is a woman. Your grandmother, your auntie, all these people are women. And you decide to hurt them just because of something that happened to you,
Mhm.
that makes you a less of a person. I don't care what
Yes.
nobody got to say.
Yes.
Man
Absolutely.
up, take responsibility. Woman up, take responsibility. These
Yes.
women didn't ask to be here. I ain't asked my mama to drop me. I am literally the product of pettiness. I am a
Mm.
child born out of hatred for another man. So my mother slept with my father's brother.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So imagine being solely here for the purpose of making someone else's life miserable.
Wow. I'm so
So because
sorry.
she ain't get to him how she wanted to get to him, she made my life miserable. And then married this dude. And this same man is also mentally unstable. So the bullshit runs in the family. But me, you got me fucked up. Ain't no way I'm gonna keep allowing these same people to hurt me just because it amuses them. Baby, to them you are amusement. To me, you are a goddess. I will worship the feet, the ground that you walk on to lift you up, to make sure that you feeling and operating in your highest self. Believe me
Yes,
when I tell
ma'am.
you, can't nobody take your crown. So all the women that have come on to Queen's Live and have cried their heart out. I hope you got it out your system because now it's crunch time. It's time for everybody who has ever hurted you, whether they dead or alive, to see what you are made of. It is
Yes, ma'am.
time for women of color especially to stop hating on one another and loving your sister, loving thy neighbor. It is time. It is time. Queen says we're going to war. The war begins with us, women of color. The war begins with us. We are the creators. We give birth. We nurture. We make sure them men's
Absolutely.
is okay. We make sure they got somebody to talk to when they locked up. We make sure that they kids is fed. We make sure that everything is straight for when they get home from work. It's time for these niggas to start kissing our ass. And I mean that wholeheartedly. It's time for these hurt women to stop blaming their problems on their children. It is a fucking shame how many kids are either strung out from their mother being on drugs while they were born, being in foster care, being adopted. It is crazy. And it is time to stop pushing everything else to the side. No, it actually, matter of fact, push all that shit to the side. It's time for you, baby. The woman who was just on here, she trapped herself in a house for her kids. If that is not devotion, I don't know what the fuck is. I trapped myself in a house. I don't have no children. I trapped myself in the house for my own safety, to hide away from my own mental instability. So, baby, I know and I understand the reason why I'm not showing my face is because I don't want nobody to know me. You ain't got to know me, but just know that I see you. And I don't
Mhm.
see you physically, baby. I see your soul. I felt you crying out. And I want to let you know that it's not your fault. Everything that happened to you, everything that's going to happen to you, that is someone else attacking you for their own personal gain. It's not because of you. It's just because you were there and you were the easiest to get to at that moment. But you not no more. You grown, I'm grown, and it's time that we band together because I'm sick of it. I really am. I live in a predominantly white city, not a neighborhood, a city. I can't get no job out here. I literally started one day and got fired on my day off, and the man won't tell me why. There's a law in Ohio where they don't have to tell you why you're being fired. I show up on time, I'm nice to customers, but because of the color of my skin, they fired me. I'm trying to do so much at one time. I'm trying to get my siblings. I'm trying to make sure that I'm okay. I'm trying to make sure that I can make it. I've tried on so many different occasions to commit suicide just because my mind won't stop screaming at me.
Mm.
It's hard to sleep. It's hard to stay awake. I'll literally go to sleep at like 8 something, wake up in 8 hours or longer. Sometimes I sleep way too long. Sometimes I don't even sleep at all. Either way it goes, I am tired. I wake up every morning at 6 o'clock. don't got nowhere to fucking be. I'm waking up literally looking at myself like, bitch, go back to sleep. Nah, my mind's like, it's time for the shenanigans. It's time for the bullshit. If I could block my own mental, I would. That's how crazy it is. But listen to me when I tell y'all, all of y'all, all the melanin beautiful goddesses, you are what they want to be, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
All the white women, all the Italian women, the Hispanics ain't even got as much spice as us, baby. You are what they wish to be. And remember, ain't nobody ever going to say, oh, I'm jealous. Nah, baby, you got to feel that shit. But you a boss. At the end of the day, you're a boss. You're a fucking queen, a fucking goddess. You better walk these streets like you know it with your head held high. And I mean cocky mode for sure. Because everything that you've been through, you survived. I survived. Queen survived. Everybody been on this line survived. You're not a victim, baby. You're a fucking survivor.
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
strong for that.
We show gratitude, madam, for your words. I think after hearing you, you've given some of these other ladies that's waiting to speak their strength to be able to come up here and go ahead and tell their story. I show gratitude for coming up and just being a voice of okayness, for lack of a better word. So I show gratitude. I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
let
Queen. I show gratitude. I also want to say thank you because you've helped me a lot through my recent journey. I'm gonna just say it because
Mhm.
I want to get it out of my head. I've recently had to take my mother to court for domestic violence.
Mm.
Through everything, my friend that I was recently telling y'all about, she has been my rock. T baby, I know you hear me. I just want to let you know, thank you. First and foremost, you have been the greatest inspiration to me through all of this. I hope that one day I can amount to something as great as you. I really do. I want to be the best version of myself. I don't want to fight no more. I don't want to keep going around feeling like I'm worthless because my mother is living her best life and laughing at me in the process. But I want to thank you, Queen, because girl, if I would have never, if my friend would have never showed me your videos, girl, I don't know where the hell would I be. I really don't. I really don't. At this point, I'll probably be dead in my house somewhere with nobody's gonna fucking know I'm just decomposing in my bed. Because everything that I've been through up until this point has made me the person that I am. And I am stronger, but it's a weakness. Your mother is supposed to love you unconditionally. That is what a mother is for, to nurture
Mhm.
you.
Mhm.
But you cannot force no love from anybody. And I want to let you know, as a product of pettiness, that is the reason why I was born. To make another man angry. As a product of someone's literal hate. It is not your fault. You are worthy and you are the best thing that could ever happen to this world. Out of all the shit that's going on, baby. Lovely, honey, queen, my loves, my divine loves. You are the best thing. Black women, man. Matter of fact, queen, I'm about to hit you with something cold real quick. Me, I'm a vivid dreamer. My dreams feel so realistic. I don't know if I even should be saying this on YouTube, but I be having this dream where basically I take over the whole world. Right? I'm sitting in the White House. The White House is crumbled before me. I have nothing but a sea of melanites all around me, baby. We look squatted up. And it's so vivid. It's so vivid. I've even had dreams to where I'm watching myself asleep outside of my body. My friend says she thinks that I'm visiting another universe. I don't know. I really
Could
don't.
be. Could be.
Could be.
Yeah.
But that dream, to me, it can mean that I'm finna take over the world. I wouldn't be a bad ruler if I do say so myself. I'm a little Ain't all the screws ain't all the way tightened up in there,
Yeah,
but
that's okay
I
though.
feel like personally, if I ran the world, this world would be ran with genuine love and genuine care. That's what's wrong with the world. They think money is genuine. Money is
Mm-hmm.
not genuine. How can money be genuine when money is man made? Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
How could these cars, how could these material items be so genuine more than your life, baby? More than your kids, baby? More than the people who will actually go out the way for you? It don't make sense. So my dream to me, it just means that I'm finna get strong enough to laugh at my past and have my enemies fall before me. And I'm glad that I said it because this is what's going to, I'm speaking it to all of you. Everything that has ever happened to you, anything that's brung you down, baby, what was the one woman name? She won the little track. I don't remember the whole story. She won the track, but they tried to tell her it didn't count because she was high. All
She
them
said, Shakari.
naysayers. I'm sorry, Queen.
She said, Shakari. You listen. Everybody, every time you say that, it's cringing. Just call me Quatita.
Quatita,
Yes,
Quatita.
ma'am.
I'm
Listen.
sorry, I ain't know we was
uh,
allowed to be on a first name basis. I'm not
Absolutely,
I'm not a
absolutely.
my friend that I was telling you about, she been following you since you was a detective or something. You were uh having
So, talking
visions.
about a walk with crime.
Yes, yes. Where are those videos? Because I'm still looking for them.
Somebody destroyed a lot of my material, and so we have some on this channel, on my YouTube. It's some, but it's not a lot like it used to be because they were all destroyed. I'm
Mm,
gonna say one more time, I appreciate you. I'm gonna let some of the other ladies come up now, but I show gratitude for everything you have come up and said, and how you have awakened and shaken up the souls. I know they're ready now to come on up and stand in their truth. So I love you to life, madam, and keep pushing. And let me say, um, that may have been her intent, was to make you a product of pettiness, but that is never who you are, not even a little bit. I show gratitude. Enjoy the rest of your day.
gratitude.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna let someone else come
You
up now.
too.
I'm ready. 100, 100%.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Greetings.
Greetings, governess. Greetings. Oh, yeah. Oh my, I'm laying on my couch, so you have to excuse me. I'm sorry. My
You're
daughter's
fine.
not feeling well, so I'm trying to just. It's a delay.
Take your time.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Well, I'm gonna. If you can hear me. Oh my goodness, y'all. First, let me say um, greetings, everyone. I'm nervous, so I'm real nervous. But I want to tell my story. I remember a little bit, but I can't understand. Um, I remember when I was 8, maybe 8, maybe a little younger,
You kind of breaking up.
and I'm breaking up.
Yes,
I don't know what to do.
there you go. I don't know if your fingers kind of covering up the mic or
What am I to
something.
do? What am I to do? I don't know what to
Go
do.
ahead, keep speaking.
Oh, it might have been. I'm so sorry. Um, I remember I was 8. Um, my mom, husband, married military army guy. I think he's a staff sergeant. It's weird how I can remember at that age, at 8 years old and 51 years old now. I remember him, he would do it when she would like leave and go to work. And he would touch it, he would touch all on me you know, my brother would be there. He would be laying there. And during this time, he had, my mother then was getting ready to, I guess, get a house built or something and had us in a hotel, and she would go and leave me there with him and my brother. When I tell you that one particular night, this man started touching me and, I couldn't understand. I felt real bad. I wanted to tell her. So I said, okay, I'll wait till the next day. Before I could wake up, then I remember my mother beating me out my sleep because he had told her that I was touching on him. He thought it was her. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm 8 years old. What do I know about a grown man's private part? I mean, it was really bad. It was really bad. And so it's so much, him even prior to them moving into a house and he had us in this something like apartment complex, but down in the bottom is like the basement. You know how some apartment complexes have basements area.
Yeah.
Um, we were living in there.
I think it may be how you're holding the phone because it keeps,
He
it's
was
not
touching.
breaking.
He was touching on me. I tell you, Spirit showed me. Oh, I'm sorry. It could be. Let me try. Spirit showed me in my sleep, woke me up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Spirit woke me up out my sleep. I don't know if I was either out of body or what. I don't know. But Spirit showed me. All I know, I was in this bright light. It was like maybe a sun color, but it was real bright. At first, my back was turned, but when I turned around, Spirit showed me that my brother was touching on me. Not only my stepfather, but my own flesh and blood brother was touching on my breast. I mean, he was trying to get in my hand. So I just started wiggling. I kept moving. I mean, it was so scary because I never even told my mother. I never even told my mother, but I did tell her about her husband. When my mother called, back then I was in Oklahoma City. I'm all over the place. I'm so nervous. I lived in,
It's okay. That's why I said I think it's like how you're holding the phone. It's covering
uh,
your speaker, so your
I'm
voice
trying
is
to figure
going
out
down.
which end because my speaker. Okay, because I think my speaker. Uh, okay, so I think my okay, I think my speaker is, but I'm trying to hold it up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it just goes in and out.
It's going in and out.
Like right now, I
It's
can
an
hear you really.
Android, so you know how y'all say about them Androids.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, y'all.
It's okay.
Yeah, because it sounds like an egg. Yeah, I should have used my daughter's iPhone, but it's okay. Um, but it's I don't mean to be all over the place because it's so much. Um, I just remember how it really hurted
Is it
me.
possible you can
When it
you
came,
can use your
the
daughter's
spirit showed
phone?
me, my brother, and Huh?
Is it possible you can use
Huh?
your daughter's phone?
I'm sorry.
Can you use your daughter's phone?
Yeah, yeah, my daughter has her iPhone. Oh yeah, yeah. If I can, yeah, if I can, if I can find it. Where's your phone? Oh, where's your phone? My daughter's. Oh goodness, where's your phone? I'm sorry. I'm trying to find my daughter's phone. I have a phone all over the place.
I just don't want your story to fall
Find my
on deaf
baby phone.
ears because we
I'm
can't.
sorry, y'all. Where's your phone? Yes, I understand. You have it? Where is it at? I haven't seen it.
What I'm gonna do is just let you down, and then when you get it, I'll bring you back up. Okay. I just want everybody to breathe. When she comes back in, I'll let her back up. Um, I'm gonna allow Miss Ashton to come up. I want to say, if you come up here with any of your foolishness, I'm going to remove you and block you. And I'm not speaking to you, Miss Ashley. And we're not gonna come up here. Don't bring your Jesus here because we don't care. I mean that. Hey, Ashlyn, how are
Hey
you?
family. Hey family. I'm gonna turn the TV off. I had to get my son quiet because he kept running. Every time you come on live, he runs to the phone. How is everyone doing? How are you doing today, Miss Governess?
I'm well, gratitude, healing.
Yes. And I wanted to get on to I've never been molested before, but I come from a big southern family, so I know all about it. But I just wanted to talk about, just coming up as a young girl with a narcissistic mother.
Yes.
So my oldest sister, she's 9 years older than me. So she witnessed my mother and father doing a lot of fighting. And she left after she had her daughter. And so my mother would call us bitches and whores. Excuse me if I'm not supposed to cuss.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, she would call us sluts, and I have really long hair. And I would say when I was younger that I would cut it off because my mother would take my hair and just wrap it up in her hands and just pull me all around. So I said when I got old enough, I was cutting it off, and I did. Um, she was jealous of myself. I looked a lot like my father. My father treated me like a princess. He
Mm-hmm.
was just a horrible husband to her, wonderful father. And so by my mother doing that to me, it broke me down. I would take my all my pictures and block my mirrors so I wouldn't look at myself. I have light colored eyes and wavy hair, and so people would be like, "Well, the only thing pretty about you is your eyes and your hair. Other than that, you're ugly." And
Mm.
I internalized that. I I was so angry, because Mama, you're supposed to be protecting me. And my dad worked a lot. He was a trash man. So he was at work all day, every day. And so when he did get wind of it, he tried, but he tried. So what that did to me, I'm not a loving type of express my emotion type person.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna see me cry. I've always had a defense mechanism because if my mother could talk to me like shit, I felt like everybody thought I was shit.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say to you, governess, it's so crazy that I'm on live with you because um, the day my dad passed, he called me 10 times, and he talked to me, told me he loved me, he was proud of me, and then my mother called, screamed, and hollered, and said that he was gone. Um, but I want to say to you, governess, I got on one of your lives back in November 2020, and I was just in the comments. You were doing general readings, and I was just listening and commenting. And he came through, and your message from him was to breathe,
Mm.
and that everything would be okay. So I did that. I promise you, Governor, since I've talked to you that day, since I've been on your live, since I've been following you, my life has changed for the better.
Gratitude.
It is a hurtful feeling to hate yourself for something you have nothing to do with.
Mm.
My children were the only thing that I ever had to live for. Um, and we don't always get along. Me and my girls, because of that shit with my mother, that
Mm-hmm.
passed on from her mother.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I had to do what you said, governors. I had to stand up and tell her, look, I forgive you, but I'm going to forgive myself for me. I'm going to love myself for my kids. When I had my son, he's 5 now, I had like this spiritual awakening. And that's when I ran into you on your lives and stuff like that. And just when you were doing the walk of crime, I think. And I would listen to your videos before I go to sleep. And I would fall asleep listening to them. But when I woke up, I felt so refreshed. But it took a long time for me to get here, governors.
Yes.
And I just want to say to all of y'all, Maya, every woman that came up, every man, y'all, we are not responsible for what these heartless people did to us.
Yes.
And I'm not gonna hold you long, but governors, this is really just to give you the praise that you deserve
Mm.
through you healing yourself and coming on here talking to us is how I was able to stand 10 toes down.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yes.
my husband is so good to me, and it took me a long time to allow him to love me and touch me and just be genuine because I didn't believe it.
Right.
I
Yeah.
didn't believe somebody could love ugly Ashlyn, but Ashlyn's beautiful as fuck.
Yes, ma'am. She is.
And I
Yes,
just want
ma'am.
to say gratitude. And then you told me in another live that I was going to get a new car. This message came from my dad. I got my new car.
Yes.
I'm living in Florida now, Queen. I'm sorry, governors. Please
Yes,
forgive me.
ma'am.
I'm
Yes.
living in Florida now, and I've never had so much peace in my life.
Come through.
And I fucking love you, lady.
I
I
love you.
fucking love you. And I know y'all be seeing me in the comments telling
Yeah.
jokes and shit like that, but
Yeah.
that's how I heal. And I just send a lot of love to you. You
Absolutely.
are fucking awesome, and I just want to say thank you.
Well, let me say first and foremost, I show gratitude to you for
Hmm.
coming up again, especially as a private person who don't even share or show
I
emotion.
don't.
Okay. Secondly, you are absolutely beautiful. And I'm glad that you understand and know that now. And thirdly, I am so grateful that you came up so everyone to understand this platform we talking about today is not just
Hmm.
about sexual deviancy and what they have done out. It is about trauma,
Yes.
period.
Yes.
And someone said, well, mine's not as big as that, or everyone is important.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
If it affects you, it's important.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I appreciate you for releasing that.
And I just want to say, fuck what them haters is talking about. If anybody can change me,
Mm,
you a hell of an angel. You,
mm.
you tap me back into my fucking power.
Yes, ma'am.
Now when I'm walking, I hold my motherfucking head up how I wish a motherfucker would,
Come
governors.
through. That's why it's about to be time. It's about to
Yes.
be time.
And it's
One
so
band,
crazy.
one sound, my love.
One band, one motherfucking sound. You
And
hear
we
me?
gonna walk them down. But I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
before I get off, Maya J, to everyone that came up, just the fact that y'all told y'all stories makes y'all fucking warriors.
Yes, ma'am.
I love you.
Love you to life.
Yes, and I'm gonna sit on here and listen and heal some more. I just feel good talking to you.
Absolutely. I show gratitude.
Gratitude. Talk to you soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye bye.
100%. Let's try it again. Can you hear me 100%?
Can you see me now? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Is it good? Good.
it is. Just turn down
Oh
your
my god,
feedback from the
that's
phone.
embarrassing, y'all. I'm gonna have to get me an iPhone.
Listen, you and
I'm gonna turn
Marcel
this
is
one
much
down because I had my Android going. About to set fire to that.
better.
So again, greetings, governess. I'm not gonna call you, even though I'm 51, I'm not gonna call you Quatita because it sounds inappropriate.
Appreciate
Governess, governess, governess. So I just want to say that. And as I was saying before, I know that I was like all over the place. Um, hearing other people experiences, it really makes you think about the things that you endured, not as drastic as everyone else's, even though, I couldn't understand, being 8, 10, 11, 12, any age, being touched on by someone that, that you trust and, that you think that will have your protection as a fatherly figure. And I just feel like part of my life was just either stolen or it was definitely lied to, um, with the God and Jesus character. I knew that was some bullshit, growing up. Sorry for cursing, but I knew.
it. Fine.
um, people, I don't know. I don't know if my mother thought I was crazy or, some type of freak or what, because I used to tell her things that I would see and what would happen. And I tried to tell her, even with my mom before, tried to tell her about, what her husband was doing. And she blamed me for that shit. And, and she never apologized. That shit hurts.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That
Hmm.
shit hurted me so damn bad that I was on her. Oh, when my mother was on her deathbed, I'm apologizing to her, to whatever I felt that I did wrong growing up or whatever. But it was never me. It
Wow.
was always her. She would go back to this motherfucker. I'm so sorry. You know what I'm saying? My mother would go back to this man. I couldn't understand. Why would you go back? I'm 15 years old. Now I have to endure watching him put a knife to your neck and rape you in front of not just me and my brother, but his ex-wife family.
Mm.
If we was to call the police, he was gonna kill her right then and there. And she still went the fuck back. And I was like, she told me he got me on some type of spirit. I said, that's some bullshit. Because you can still wake up and come and go just like he can. So
Yeah.
that was some bullshit.
Yeah.
And you blame me for this shit, to the point that I had 2 kids of my own that I thought, there's no way in hell I'm gonna love these kids. My daughter, I couldn't understand, how was I gonna able to tell my child, how can I love you? How can I dress you? How can I do your hair? How can I do anything for my baby? Because I didn't know how. I didn't
Mm.
understand. I didn't know how, to the point that, I would let my daughter, I would try to do right, get a job, work, take care of my responsibility as a mother, because I didn't know that I was even pregnant with this child. Because when Yehuda said, and when you did a reading for me about the child that was lost, I knew who he was talking about, because it was there. You know, I It was had to been the one right before my daughter because I was hurt. I was so hurt. And when he said it's okay, it wasn't meant to be. I was okay
Mm-hmm.
because I knew that once I had my daughter, I mean, I laid under my mother for like 9 months. Like I laid under her for 9 months, and I just couldn't I used to tell her, I love you so much. I love you so much. Why? You can't ever tell me, or why come I could never get it shown back? And I was so hurt, and I'm still hurt because I can't love my kids the way they want me to love them. I don't do the
Mm-hmm.
girly stuff with my daughter. So my daughter's 27 years old. My daughter, I feel like I'm being punished because my daughter's on kidney dialysis, and she's been on it
Mm.
for since she was 21 years old. My baby's, I don't want my baby to die. I don't want my baby to die. I don't want to bury my daughter. I don't want to bury my
Mm.
daughter. I do not want to bury my daughter.
It's okay.
Oh Lord, Father, I'm
It's
so
okay.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh,
It's
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
Mm. Mm.
Because me and my daughter, my son, we never got the jab because I knew it was not for us. I knew it wasn't for us. And my friends, they trying to hide it from me because they don't want me to end the friendship. But Spirit told me to do it. Cut the motherfuckers off. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna keep talking about it. I'm gonna do it because
Yes.
they wrong. I beg my friend, don't put your baby in school, your grandbaby. He's so beautiful. And she told me he gonna be going to school. They gonna put him on. And I said, I guess you think Spirit is a damn joke. You think he really a joke? And I know you took that shot because she lied and told me that she didn't do it. I got family members turning on me. My own family turned on me. You know what I'm saying? I'm in here stuck in this woman's house and she want me to get the fuck out.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? My kids, they are all I have. They are all I have had. I've took care of my kids. Even though people did sexual things to me, what I'm saying, people, use me and I still show love. I still show love, you know?
'Cause that's what we do. Yeah.
And it hurts. What hurts so bad is that people don't understand what the hell going on. Because we not gonna live if we don't stand behind you.
It's okay.
Governors, I'm so sorry.
It's
But people
okay.
just thinking that this shit is a fucking joke. They think that you come on here just for motherfucking entertainment. It ain't got shit to do with it.
No, doesn't.
This shit
Doesn't.
pisses me off. It pisses me off. I know people. I'm in the comment, and I know I listen. I swear I'm like a secret mod because I hear people, and it's the way they think. It's like, y'all, please wake the fuck up. Wake up, because y'all all sit and follow this woman lying, talking about y'all didn't take no jab and y'all took jab. What are we gonna do after she said not to do it?
Right.
And that hurts.
You're
It
not
hurts
being
to know.
punished, though. I want you to know that.
That shit pissed me off. People try to do so much fucking harm and dirt. But what y'all don't know, y'all done fucked up. And I know that from a genuine place because I know who you really are. Spirit already showed me who you were. Doing the black magic. Carlos, that motherfucking fat Albert. That motherfucker, I'm gonna tell you something, Miss Governess. I was getting ready to say Miss Cotita, and that would have been disrespectful.
It's okay.
Spirit told me to ask him, was he mess? First, I asked him, I couldn't ask him what type of psychic because I knew that he wasn't. So Spirit say, ask him, is he messy? So I said, I didn't want to do it because I was scared. I was scared to say something, I feel so fucking bad because Spirit told me to say it. Wow, y'all gonna kill her and her daughter then? Why you want her plasma? Everybody was stealing from you and you validated because you cussed all they asses out. And I knew I knew Octavius or whatever, Octavius, Miss Octavius, the motherfucker was a pedophile because Spirit already said he need to get away from that shit
Yeah.
because he a pedophile. How can you steal from somebody that is of the most highest power? I knew, I knew they were stealing from you, and it hurted me so bad because I didn't say nothing. I knew they were gonna try to take you out. I knew it, and I should have said something. And I feel bad because I did not.
No, don't feel
Then
bad,
you would have known who I was.
because I'm
You really
still
would.
here.
You are and gonna be forever. Trust and believe that
Yes,
you are.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And if they don't follow behind, if they all think this a joke, I tell you, I go outside and I call on my ancestors. I've always called on them, but I never knew about the deities until you. I never knew about them until you, but I've always called on the ancestors because I felt like I've been here before.
And have.
Because I would see things, the children,
Mm-hmm.
the cutting them down the middle and stuffing them with drugs and putting them, shipping them here and shipping them there. I saw all that, the van, the colors of the van, I saw all that. I saw it. And you validated everything that I dreamed and said. Everything that you have ever said have always and has and still is coming to pass. Cause now I pay attention and I watch everything.
As you should. As you
And I
should.
just want to send all my love, my heart, gratitude. I can't just, the knowledge. I keep like you who to tell you. I know he told you. I go back and I learn because
Mhm.
when you in the chat from the live, people reading people's comments and they feeding off their energy because people have different things to say instead of just listening. Because I try to say, okay, I come on and I listen, but I try to let you know I'm there so you know I'm listening. Because I rather listen to you and learn from you than versus me, in the chat, just just being in there, you know.
Yes,
Because there's a lot of
ma'am.
people ain't one band, one sign in the chat, but they there. I guess they think you don't know, but hey, they gonna learn regardless, what I'm saying, when things hit the fan. Cause I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be ready because my nine is ready. I mean, I have so much war in me. I just ooh,
Well, I
you know,
appreciate you for coming up 100.
yes.
Because everybody is important, and I want you to know that you are not being punished, that you are being filled with love, and your daughter is going to be okay. Help her to get her body back to a good capacity by helping her to control her diet, her intake, and what she drinks. And so,
Okay.
and to get some, healthy herbs inside of her. So
Okay.
I appreciate you. I send so much love to you, and
Yes.
gratitude for coming up.
Thank you so much. You have a blessed one. Thank you
You
so
too.
much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm still gonna be in the chat now because I'm still learning, and I'm still learning. I'm 51, but I'm gonna learn from
Absolutely.
you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Love you, love you, love you.
You
I love you
too.
all.
Peace.
All right.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Toddy. Okay, I'm about to let somebody else come up. I show gratitude. Nalia,
Greetings, Quatidra.
greetings. How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to come up to tell my story. I was kind of hesitant because I'm like, growing up, people used to say it's not that deep, but to me, it's deep.
Yeah.
Um, when I was 3, my dad passed away when I was 3, and from there on, my mom moved on, and she had married to who is now my stepdad. And she never really gave me an option to call him dad or his real name. I was always to call him dad since I was little. And growing up, I used to think, she was trying to erase my dad. I don't have no memory besides his funeral, and that plays back from time to time because I never knew that was him I was seeing in my dreams. And so growing up, I felt alienated. Well, I felt like an outcast because they ended up having their own children of their own. My sister, and everybody used to be like, "Oh, she's the favorite one." Like, I already know that, so y'all don't have to keep telling me that. So growing up, I used to feel like that. Whenever I would be around the family, they would make me feel like I wasn't wanted. So that caused me to be locked in my room all day. My stepdad didn't treat me like one of his own. So it made me feel even more unwanted because
It's okay.
I don't even have my dad. So my mom's supposed to be there for me and she's not. She never told me. She starts to tell me now, but growing up, I don't remember her telling me I love you. I don't remember her
Mm,
saying you're pretty. Like none of that. I always got you got nigga hair. You're
mm.
ugly. You got Chinese eyes, little lips. You know the same thing. That's why I can relate to you. Cause growing up, when school should have been like where I had my friend, I'm okay. When school should have been where I had my friends, even the friends that I thought were my friends weren't my friends. Cause they used to in like what's the word I'm looking for? But entertain the jokes.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I used to grow up thinking I was ugly. So if I'm not getting the attention I'm getting at home, I would try to get it at school. That's where the bad grades would come. That's where the liking the boys would come from. I guess from middle school on up. That's where like a lot of my problem. That's where it became me acting out. I would try to cut myself and all that stuff because what I was feeling unwanted is like, why am I here? My dad's not here, so why should I be here? My grandma would try to get me, but on people would say she only was getting you because she felt bad that my dad wasn't here. So it was a battle between that. So when I go there, I would tell her what my stepdad would do because my stepdad has called me bitches, and my mom never defended me.
Mm.
And so she would always be like, well, you shouldn't do that. And he wouldn't do that. Like, it was one time where they got into it. They never got into it in front of us, but they used to get into it for a little bit when I got older. And I thought that he was going to hit my mom. So I got in front of him and I pushed him and he pushed me back twice. This happened twice. And my mom was like, you don't touch no man. I didn't hit him. I'm trying to protect you. He never abused my mom, but they used to get into like physical, not physical, but um, verbal arguments, and it was just like mentally abusive to me. So growing up in high school, like I said, I used to act out, and then I had found me a boy that so called I love, and this boy ended up being still to this day, he's tried to apologize, but I don't give a fuck about what you did because you ruined the last part of my high school years. Like, I got pregnant by him and thinking that, oh, this is the only way me and my mom could probably mend because my mom had me at a young age. She ended up making me get an abortion. And
Mm.
she only said it was because I wasn't ready. And growing up, I'd be like, oh, well, she may be right, but she never gave me a chance to show myself, to prove myself I'm more than what you think I am. I didn't have sex in eighth grade. I didn't start having sex till high school, but they used to think I was fast, and I wasn't. I was scared of men and boys until I got to understanding that, oh, I like boys.
Yeah.
And so I still was talking to this boy because I felt like he was the only one giving me attention, but he ended up making it worse for me because he ended up giving me a STD or STI.
Mhm.
And that only made it worse for me in the house because my mom now thinks that she's always right when she doesn't know that a lot of this trauma is coming from you not being there for me like I need you to be. So growing up even more, going into college, I would act out again, trying to get that attention that I didn't have. And now that I have the more freedom, I'm able to do it without having to listen to her. and I ended up dropping out of college, trying to be who is now my husband. But we didn't have it. It was never always good. So I was trying to be somebody to him, and instead of focusing on myself, because the love that I was trying to get for myself, I was trying to give to other people. And now that here it is now, the love that I wanted, I don't even know how to accept it. So growing up, I later found that my dad didn't just accidentally kill himself. He killed himself on purpose because of
Mm.
trauma that his family went through. My grandmother, she is a Jehovah Witness, but before that, I didn't know that. She used to party, she used to drink, she used to smoke, and all that stuff. She transitioned when he was in high school, so I guess that when that happened, it took a toll on him. But growing up, people used to say, "Oh, your dad loved you. Your dad was happy you was here." But how, when he killed himself, I wasn't enough for you to stay with me. And I
Mm.
remember when I had my first reading with you, you said that he said they wasn't right for doing that. But I still kind of feel anger towards them, because it was like, well, what if you were here? Like, you could at least help me with something. And it's just, now to this day, I still struck, like, a lot of stuff that my mom has done to me, I try not to do to my kids. Like yelling and stuff. She used to always yell at me. I used to always be on punishment for stupid stuff. My sister used to blackmail me because I used to text boys off of a phone, because that's just what kids do. But instead, I get judged for it, and my mom beat me. Instead of
Mm.
talking to me, she beat me with a rhinestone belt because I snuck out. And I had my first person that I lost my virginity to. I snuck out. I still liked him, and instead of talking to me, she embarrassed me in front of my grandmother, who just now found out that I was having sex, who's also a minister, and beat me with a rhinestone belt instead of just talking to me. So it caused me to lash out more. And it's like a lot of stuff that she has done to me. To this day, people are still telling me it's not that deep. It's not
But
that
it
deep.
is that deep.
And
'Cause
that's
the
why
scars run deep.
and I'm trying to understand, like, why isn't it that deep? Because she took care, she made sure I had a roof over my head or food on our table. But yet I should have had been able to use some of the money that my dad saved up. My dad, before he passed, or before he did what he did, he made sure that he did the DNA test. He put me on he put himself on child support. So when he did pass, I was able to have something. I didn't see none of that because she used it because we needed food on the table. But you were distributing it to people that wasn't even his. I'm his only child. Why wasn't I able to get Why did I have to go to my grandma's house to get my hair done? Why do I have to beg you to get my hair done, some shoes, something? And she still
Yeah.
don't understand, because she still thinks, well, I don't see where your hurt comes from. She doesn't think it's real.
I don't know how. I don't know how that is. Your hurt is definitely real because it's fucked up.
And
It's a
that's
mistreatment.
and it's like, now it's weird because she's all I know. She never gave me a voice. So now, like with my business and stuff, it's like I can only respect her as the business help. I still can't look at her as a mother, because everybody's like, "Oh, you have the best mother. Your mother is this." My mother does not is not nothing. She gave. I love my mother, but she gave me hell. Like, I did not want to be around my mother, and maybe that's because she didn't know how to love. She had me at 16, 15, and she was a preacher's kid. So that was on her stuff. But I just wish she would try to look, like, to see, instead of just always, "Oh, you're gonna get a whooping because you did this." You never sat down and talked to me, and if it was to degrade me or make me feel bad about my decision. And that's what I tried to stop with my son. And now I have a daughter. I don't want her to go through none of that.
I understand.
It's just, I don't know. It's just so. I just wish that a lot of stuff did not happen with me, because
Mm.
if she just would have listened, wouldn't have went out and tried to find love somewhere else where these boys used to make fun of me, where the girls used to make fun of me. Called this one girl called me a hoe, and I'm not even doing nothing. I'm not even. I only like one boy at a time. I'm not the type to be a multiple person. So all this, she didn't know none of that because she didn't care to look. My sister, she got the to this day she got the best credit. I don't have the good credit because you kicked me out at 18 and made me live with some of these girls that you thought you trusted, and they got me kicked out of there. And instead of, it's always, and now too with help, she doesn't. I feel like she only helps me because I'm her daughter, and that's, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't make me feel bad for coming to you for help.
Right.
It
Right.
should I should be able to come to you because you want to, not because, like recently with this pop-up shop, I just spent $300. Okay, mom, but I needed it. So if it's going to be a problem, don't do it, and I don't
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. You know what, Nalia? Before I ever had any sexual experience with someone voluntarily, I was talked about so bad in junior high. All these boys kept saying they were having sex with me, and it had never happened. I was a virgin.
Yes, that's happened to me in high school, and I'm like, I
That's
never had.
traumatic.
I
That's
had to.
deep.
It is because now you got people thinking you're doing stuff like this one boy. He was my boyfriend, but I've never had sex with him. He went around telling people he had sex with me. Then this one, my crush that I actually did voluntarily give it up to, he went around telling people that I was having sex with him every week. And I never did. I ain't gonna lie, his dick was little. So I would stop that. But took a toll on me because now you got people looking at you like you're somebody you're not. And
Yeah.
now, and I don't have nobody to talk to about it because now my mom, she already thinking I'm doing it, so she gonna be like, well, you are doing it. So it just made a deeper cut in me, and I honestly be feeling like I'm fucked up sometimes. That's why I, to this day, sometimes I call out to Papa Candelo to heal my heart space because now that I'm married to my husband, it's hard for me. Why can't I let him love me? Because I still feel ugly in myself because all of the trauma that I've been through. I haven't
Uh-huh.
accepted it. It's just, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it because I have kids and I don't want them to get that and grow up and be messed up. I'm ready to stop it. And this is the first time I've actually, nobody listens to me. Quatita, you're the first person that actually hears me. And I give gratitude to you because everybody has said, oh, it's not that deep. And I'm just not understanding, how is it not that deep if it's real and deep to me?
Yes. Yes. It's real and deep to you. And that's the most important
It's
part.
always, well, she had to do this for you to do this, but y'all don't understand. She still fucked me up in the
Yes.
process.
Yes. And you gotta stand in that. Even though if she can't, you have to. Because to say anything else would be to deny yourself of the healing that you are.
I'm okay. That's my 1 year old.
And it's
Gratitude.
okay.
I just want to sing gratitude just for being the ear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I show gratitude for you and your support and for always being here as well.
No problem. I'm gonna
So
always be here.
important. Yes,
No
ma'am.
matter what.
Yes, ma'am. I totally get it. I show gratitude now, Leah.
Gratitude.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on, Tony.
I'm gonna go ahead and exit off, but I give gratitude for letting me share my story.
Absolutely. Gratitude. Melanite Lulu, I'm about to bring you up. Hold on just a moment, you guys. All right, Lulu.
Greetings, governess. Greeting, family. I wanted to share my story because I don't really talk about something that I experienced as a child and that I also, I guess, hurt people. Because I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
When you had the aesthetic down here, Papa has said one of you had did something as a child and you didn't know that it was wrong, but it's not your fault. You repeated it again, which made me say I want to share. I'm a little embarrassed by it. I'm
Don't
not
be.
even I'm not embarrassed by it because like I said, I pushed it back so far back that I try not to think of it. But no one knows because I never talk about it. When I was 5, I was molested and raped. From 5, 26 was the last time. 17, 17 and 18. But I try not to dwell on those. But this particular incident that happened to me when I was 5 caused me to do those same things. Well, not even the same thing, but touch on my mom's, her girlfriend's kids. But they were doing the same thing to me. I didn't know
Yes.
that was wrong. I
Yes.
didn't know it was wrong. I never forgave myself.
Gratitude. Yes.
I never
Yes.
forgave myself. My daughter, I'm not going to cry. My daughter,
It's okay.
I,
That's a release, Lulu.
my daughter, I catch her sometimes. I have my sons, my twins. So she tries to help me with them. And sometimes she'll touch them, their private area, and I snap. Instantly snap. I see her face and she don't know what she did wrong. And instantly I identify with that because I didn't know. What I did, just leave it on the patio, I'll get it. What I did. And I didn't know it was wrong because it was being done to me. But now in present day, my my daughter's dad is also in a situation where he, as a grown man, touched on a child. I felt paranoid. Like, was that because something that I did? Is that why it's keep coming around in my life? Why I keep on having to see it because I'm not acknowledging it? Then I
Yeah.
realized I need to speak on that. I need to say, you know what, you weren't wrong because you didn't know any better, and learn to forgive myself.
Absolutely.
Also, I blame my dad a lot because I deal with a lot of people telling me, "Oh, well, your dad raised you. Your dad did so good with you. Your dad did this, that, and the third." I've been crying for the last few weeks. I know it's been me releasing because I was watching a show. I put this in the chat in one of your lives before last week. I was watching Bear in the Big Blue House with my sons, and I automatically just bust out crying, and I didn't understand why. And I realized from my childhood, being a child, having to fight to survive in my mom's womb, to surviving when we got out of her womb, to having to struggle. My whole life has been a struggle. I've always, well, my dad did this, my mom did that. I talked to my dad. I know I'm rambling. I have a lot that I want to share.
Unpack it.
I want to share. I've been saying the last few days. I just hope governors go live, and allow us to speak what we need to let go of. I had a whole conversation with my father yesterday. Like I said, my dad. Well, I didn't say, but my dad raised, quote unquote, raised me. He provided for me. Yes, I would never take that from him, but he did not raise me. My sister raised me. I raised her.
Yes.
We are still right now raising each other.
Yes. Yes. It's okay. Breathe. Release that.
I feel like I'm a failure
Mm.
because my dad never made me feel important. He never showed me genuine love. My mom never showed me it. Still to this day, yesterday, I just cried to my father about how the things that he lacked bothered me. But I also told him, looking in your eyes, I see the pain because I identify with everything that you feel. I see it. I watched you struggle trying to put a roof over our head, getting eviction notices, trying not to tell us that you got an eviction notice, fighting with my mom when she would get us and keep us from him. And we had to write journals to my father, leaving them with my grandmother for her to give it to him. And then that was the only time I really felt like he was fighting for me. But present day, I'm about to be 31 in September.
I'm struggling to be a mom. I lock my babies in the room. Not that I don't want to be around them. It's just that I cry all day on not having the money to provide, not having this, not having that, and feeling like my dad is feeling like I'm a burden. I've always been a burden
No, you're not a burden.
to him.
God.
I know I'm not. I'm trying to be okay with understanding that I'm not a burden.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
for him to continue to push that on me, still just this last night, he tried to make embarrass us at a family function that we had for my aunt. And I don't drive. I was told to use my tax money to get a car. I had used it to help my sister because she needed it. I regret it, but I don't regret it because I'm all she got.
Yeah.
But it's tiresome to feel like you have nothing or no one to turn to. And the only outlet that I have is looking for your videos or seeing if you're live or just anything to know that there's a message that's being had that I need to catch so that I can know my power and get out of the shackles that's holding me down. Oh, I appreciate you so much. I had so much more I wanted to say. And this happens every time. I don't know what you do to me, but I always just shut down. After I let some
Mhm.
out, I let it out and then that's it. But I guess that's all I needed to share.
Yes. And
I
sometimes
guess
that's
that's
what
all
it
I needed to
is,
share. But
you know?
I also want to say to you that I find myself doing this a lot and I don't want to be looked at as, oh, you just trying to get from her. No, I'm not. I value people. If you do the smallest thing and it changes me, I'm gonna always be right there, right there, right there, trying to see what is it that I can do to help.
Mhm.
I asked my sister, I said, Cash, I really want to write Katita and see if there's anything I could do on a daily basis to help her because I don't have no help here and no family here, but she has changed me a lot. My way of thinking. I never really looked at how I show up to people, how my actions or my words can affect someone else's life until I start hearing you say that. You gotta, you have to be, you have to be honest with yourself
Yes.
on how you show up to people. And I said, you
Mhm.
know what? I may always say, you know what, my dad don't do this, my dad don't do that, but I am an asshole to him. And
Mm.
I need to change that. And in the same sense, I do work on that. But then it's like, well, this man don't give a fuck about me. So why do I need to change that? I want him to know that until you change how you are, I need you until you show me what it is that I need or give me what it is the love that I'm in needing that I keep chasing these dusty ass men for, and I'm gonna speak on that too.
Yeah.
My father made me realize that I chase after the wrong guy because one, I never was shown what a actual man is other than providing. That's
Mhm.
all I was shown. But my
Mhm.
dad tried to tell me the other day, if y'all had a husband or this, that, and the third, then you'll be better females. And I'm like, but you were married. You just got a divorce last year from my mother. Y'all was never together. My mother's been gay my whole entire life. I've never seen her in a dress. I never seen her wear lipstick. I've seen her dressed like a man. So that's how
Mm.
I accept her. I accept her how she is. But
Yes.
to tell me that I am the way that I am, my life is going to continue to be the way that it is because I need a man to validate me. That's dumb. I don't need no man to validate me at all. I am okay. I'm learning that I'm okay. I'm realizing that I'm a beautiful woman.
Yes.
I'm realizing that I'm smart. It took a long time for me to realize that I'm beautiful. Some days I still look like, if I don't got nothing in my hair, I'm ugly. If I don't got no lashes on, I'm ugly. If I'm not putting myself together,
We do
but I
say
don't
that.
have to do that. All I gotta do is step outside in the sun, sit here, meditate, get myself together, and then I know that I'm better. I'm better. Like you said, to go outside and sit in the sun, sit in the grass, ground yourself. I haven't grounded in the grass yet because there's a lot of mosquitoes right where I live at. So I've been trying to go to the park. I'm not making no excuse. I'm being 100% honest. That's why I'm in the parking lot right now, trying not to get bit. But I'm working on me, and I need you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I need you,
Yeah.
Quitita. I need your help.
And I
I
need
need
to.
your help. You
Mhm.
have been helping me, and Spirit has been sending you the messages to get to us so we can do our work. and I'm ready to do all work. And one more thing before I go ahead and go, I wanted to share something that I kind of found funny. So I know I told you before that I had got my statues. I'm coming. I got my statues, my mama statue and my papa statue. My sons have been trying to play with them. My youngest son broke my mama statue. I cried all the other day because I noticed that he broke it. But I noticed that they continue to play with Papa. Last night I fell asleep on them and they were still playing with Papa. I woke up this morning to my sons both laid on the bed and Papa laid on the bed all in the same way the statue was laid on my bed. I thought that was so funny. So I said, I'm gonna make sure I share that with governors because I found that so funny.
I appreciate you.
But I love you
No, I
to
love
life.
you to life.
And
And
August 6th, if you didn't still didn't get, I'm still waiting. Any bit of money I get, I'm going to
okay,
that instead of I
I
can't
will
miss it.
be in touch with you.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. I want to
I shall.
say that Lulu, what you said in the beginning of this was the most powerful thing you could have said because nobody wants to own that and stand in there because you feel dirty, you feel bad, you feel wrong, but you only doing what was taught to you. You know what I'm saying? So I love you to life, my
I
sister.
love you to life.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you for allowing me to share. And I hope that if anyone else had anything similar going on with them as a child, let that go.
Yeah.
Forgive yourself. You did
Yes.
not know what you was doing.
Right. That's the point right there. Gratitude, Lulu. Peace. All right. Let's see here. Come on, mama. I saw what you said in the chat. You said you were kidnapped. And that's why I asked you to come on up here because I want to understand that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You can see me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Okay. Um. Uh. Nervous.
You're okay. You're in a safe space. Release what you need to.
I don't know what
Breathe. Breathe, Bella.
I really did want to show my. I
It's
really do
okay.
want to show my face, but I know I need to.
Yes, and it's okay.
Mm. Okay. Okay. It's crazy because I can't believe I'm doing this. I mean it's a different talking in the chat till you get up
Mm-hmm.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Um. Okay.
Yeah. Just breathe.
Okay. Um. So it's like as grown as I am, as much as I always think that I'm past it, I'm over it. I find myself triggered somehow, some way, and I can't understand why. So my grandmother actually led me to you a few years ago, which is why I
Mm.
started following you. My grandmother passed when I was 4.
Mm.
I've never been able to talk about this like this with anyone. Um, I guess deep down, I don't know if anybody else feels the same way. It's kind of embarrassing.
Don't let it be.
Um,
It's okay. There's no judgment here.
sorry. Okay, I'm not gonna keep you long. We've spoken before. You probably don't even remember, but I was the one that called you about last year about um the moon. I had called you and I kept saying I kept seeing the moon and I couldn't understand why. You told me why. You probably don't remember. It was a while back.
Yeah, it
Sorry, that was
sounds
my
very
son.
familiar.
Yeah. So, anyways, this started when I was young. My grandma passed when I was 4, and literally, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm saying this because I don't know who's watching, and I think that's what terrifies me the most.
Spirit is watching and Adina is watching, and that's the most important. You are protected. You are safe.
Um,
Abduction is real from a interdimensional or from in live people. It's real.
um, a year or so after my grandma passed, I started being molested. I thought he was a friend of the family the whole time because that's what everybody was telling me
Mm.
until I got grown and I got a hold my grandmother's obituary literally 2 years ago when I met you. Her obituary came to me from my aunt, and the man that molested me, his name was in the obituary, and I didn't understand.
Mm. It's about to set your soul free.
And I asked my mom, that's when I
Mm-hmm.
found out that he's my uncle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's my mom's brother. Why y'all didn't say nothing? I'm grown as hell. Call myself being past it, over it, not letting it run my life. I think at this point it's just hurt to just find out more,
Mm-hmm.
to find out the actual truth. Because I think that's all I just really want.
Mm-hmm.
So, the same guy that I found that was my uncle that molested me. Of course, I went to court when I was 6. I had to testify against him. I won the case, of course, but it came out that he was actually doing it to more people in the family. They just never said nothing.
Mm.
And the only thing that pushed me to do it and to go and testify was because I had twin sisters that were 2 at the time that he was trying to mess with, and I just wasn't trying to let it happen. So that's what triggered that. And so the other triggering part is, sorry, my son clocked in here.
Mm-hmm.
The other triggering part is, I don't know if my sisters are watching right now because I have showed one of my sisters your channel. But the older my sisters get, they look like the man that molested me.
Because I keep hearing he's somebody's father. I thought you was gonna say yours. I was so.
You, how you so I said, what is it? Need to wash. Okay, so I'm having a bug problem. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yes,
Okay, 1 second.
it's so important for everybody to feel like they can tell their story and get it out. As you can see, she's trying to deal with her children. And you got to still deal with this, the mental fuckery, the unhinged feeling. Like, you know how many times I feel like I want to come unhinged and just lose my fucking mind? You know what I mean? When I first started doing Martha's Corner, it was because I was sitting at the lake when I used to live in Nashville. And I was trying to convince myself not to drive my car over this fucking thing, hoping it will make it into the lake. I wanted to drive my car into the fucking lake. Because sometimes you just want it to stop. And nothing stops. Ever. That's why I want everybody to take a few deep breaths.
Okay,
All right, Bella.
I'm back. I'm sorry. It was a wasp in the house, y'all. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. Uh, yeah, it's been a bunch of times I've wanted to ask you about my connection with my grandmother. Like I said, when I met you, when I was okay, let me just go back because I know we was talking about the whole father thing. Yes. Whew. Sorry, I was trying to breathe. Yes. So me and my sisters, we've all asked my mom. Um, she says no, it's somebody else. Mind you, can't believe I'm saying this. Oh, can't believe I'm saying a lot of stuff. Mind you, damn. Mind you, when I was being molested by him, there was a reason he's around, right? My
Mm-hmm.
mama was with him.
Mm.
Reason why I was told that he was a friend of the family the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Yeah, give me a second, sweetie. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, sorry.
So
Um, um, yeah.
family secrets cause family trauma and pathology.
Yeah, and it's like the older I get, I try not to involve myself with them. I try to stay away from people. But the older I get, now that I have a kid, it's like you just want to be like, damn, that's not fair.
I have the same question. This is your mom's brother?
Yeah.
Mm. But people don't believe this shit happened, bro. This is what I was telling Maya. That's why our story was so important. Because people don't believe this shit fucking happens.
The fact that nobody has yet to just own up to it and be like, yeah, that's the case. When my sisters and the reason what it wasn't that they just looked like him, they started having these issues. Now, if I ain't a genius, but I do know when incest happens, that's where people start having chronic issues and conditions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the dude that molested me had eczema real bad. My sisters have it horribly. I'm talking
Mm.
about horrible. Thank God I deal with herbs and stuff now, so I'm being able to help them. But that was my first trigger when I knew. And we keep bringing it up, and nobody owns up to that being the case. So Once again, we just leave it alone.
Mhm.
But then it just leaves us in the dark. Like, what? Well, I mean, all we got is us. You don't think we get tired of that?
Mhm.
You don't think we be wanting to be around family, but we can't be because everybody done lied? I can't believe I'm even talking about this. This is crazy.
Well, know that you're okay and you're safe. You gotta release that shit, man.
Now, after all of that happened, which is what I was talking about in the chat, oh, this is very triggering. 2012, when I was kidnapped in broad daylight,
Breathe.
uh, that's why I
Mhm.
didn't want to show my face.
Breathe, Bella.
It's like I don't let it run my life. I do what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not an extrovert. I mean, I am an extrovert. It's turned me into an introvert, but I'm just closed off. So it's like, in a way, I let it run my life, but I say it don't,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to figure out how to get past that. And I'm not gonna lie, um, I was kidnapped in broad daylight.
Yeah, it had to be scary.
It's, and it's still scary to show my face because a lot of people know about it. It was on the news. It was big,
I'm sorry that happened.
and the person who did it is locked up for life. Don't get me wrong, but you know how they go when people know people.
Mhm.
It's a
Breathe.
very big trigger.
Yeah, breathe.
It's a trigger being on here right now.
Mhm.
Um, so I was able to get out of that alive, obviously. Um,
Mhm.
and when you have children, you don't try to box them in, but when something like that happens to you, you become really overprotective.
Mhm. Yes. You're doing so good.
And I don't want to be that parent.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I've been trying to figure out how not to be that parent. On top of going through all that, then they want to do the Roe versus Wade. I don't think that people understand what Roe versus Wade did and what it was really for.
Tell us why it means so much to you.
It means so much. It was never just about abortions, y'all. When I went to court when I was 6, that very law is the same law that upheld the dude that molested me. That's the
Mm.
law that upheld him in court because that law is also for molesters, rapers, all of that. It
Wow.
upholds.
Wow.
That's why when it happened, y'all, I was so triggered. Like y'all don't even understand. It's way more than that.
So they're using that as a cover up to unhinge all of the pedophiles and make it legal for them. Wow. I didn't know that. Gratitude.
Yeah, it was a big trigger.
Mm.
Uh, so when they did that, it scared me because it. Oh, I'm sorry. I got snot everywhere. Oh my god.
You're fine. We
Okay,
snotty
I'm
too.
I'm gonna stop crying. um, wow, talking about this really does
Mm-hmm.
a big difference because
Yes, it does.
yes, that law meant way more than just abortions, people, you know, doing what they doing with kids or having it upheld a whole lot more than that. And when they did it, I cried all day because it was a trigger. It was like you pretty much saying and telling these men that will hide and do it that they can just be in an open and do it.
Mm.
That's pretty much what you did.
Yes. You're absolutely correct on that now that we understand.
And it triggered me in a whole nother way that I could not understand and why it was happening. So, uh, yes, overall, like I say, I don't try to let this situation run my life. I try to live life accordingly, but I think it's just the hurt. It's like how do you really get past the hurt?
Mm.
How do you
Mm.
how do you just really come out of that? Um, even with not even knowing everything, knowing it's a whole lot of lies going on. Like, like
Yeah.
you don't try to think about it, you put it behind and you live your life, but then one day you just out the blue, you just had a whole breakdown behind the situation. And it's just like why?
Because you don't even know what you're carrying, all that you're carrying. Nobody gives us the floor to be able to speak on it, men or women.
That much is true. And and it's like I'm 32 years old
How
thinking
long were you kidnapped?
I was gone for about 3 months. Nobody could find me. And then he finally brought me back to where he originally took me. And that's what gave me the energy to get away. I just rolled out the goddamn car. I ain't gonna lie. I rolled out that motherfucker.
Mm.
And that's how I got away. I seen the officer passing us by. I was beat up, don't get me wrong. But I had enough energy to know where I was and to get away, and that's what I did.
Mm. You're so
But
strong, my goodness.
yeah, that's I don't know. I hear that all the time, and then people always say they don't put no more on you than what you're not gonna be able to
We
bear.
can't handle it. I don't
Sometimes you get
take
tired though,
because we can't handle it.
but
It's
we get
traumatic.
tired.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just, I just, I just want to be at peace. I just want to be okay. Like I just want to be in my highest spirit all the time. It's like, yeah, I know I went through that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know that happened. I want to get past it already. 32.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to keep reliving this.
Mm.
Then every time it keeps something triggered, it's like, dang, am I really past it? What a-
Right.
what a- what a- what is like what is it? I think that's what's bothering me even right now. I have my altar. I have my grandma on there. I give her peace
Never
offerings.
shared it. You've never got to get it out, get it off. You almost couldn't even find the words.
So much. But at the same time, it's like you get so tired of reliving the situation.
Absolutely.
You get so tired of it controlling your life. Then I feel like I was started controlling my son because of what I went through. And I'm
Hmm.
like, I don't want to be that parent. And it's gonna start with me because that's usually how things happen with most grown people that has issues like us. It starts in childhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we grow up to try to confide it so our kids don't go through it, not even really understanding. We doing too much.
Sometimes we do way too much.
Way too much. And I find myself doing it every day. And then, like I said, today when you got on live, it was like I was just bawling. I was like, girl, why is you bawling? Why is you crying? Like, what is wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing.
Telling you, governess. Like, I'm just like I said, I show gratitude of being on here. Um,
Your
I can't
energy
believe I'm
is
even
already
talking
lighter.
here. My energy, what?
Is already lighter.
Very much so. It is. It
Hmm.
is. Um,
You don't know how many people you saved today, right now. You saved. I had to tell Maya that. You saved
I,
a lot of people right now. You did.
I think I'm even. I think I'm not gonna lie. I think the reason why I'm really talking is because I can't see the chat. Yeah, I'm so nervous of even being on here.
You are fine.
I don't even think I want to even know who all on here. So it's something I'm trying to get past. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I want.
Release that. Let that go. That's why you got to let it go. Release that so you can get past it. Yeah. Breathe. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Release that. Say that.
I'm trying to open my own business and I can't even put my face out there because I'm too scared.
Mm. Nobody's going to do shit to you. Not nothing. You are covered, shielded, and protected. You walk with the power of Yosef. I wish a motherfucker would. We just didn't know what we walked with. So we gave our power. You are powerful. And you have saved many people today, including yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, breathe. You're fine. It's okay.
So now I see what the trigger is.
What's the trigger?
I want to be more of an extrovert like I am, like I was before.
Mm-hmm.
The bubbly personality that I have, I want to be able to talk to people more. And I'm too even scared to be on camera and start up this channel or that channel because of my face and what I had went through. I'm scared people even know who I am.
Was the person who kidnapped you well known?
Oh God. Yeah.
It is okay.
Oh Yes, he was. And that's a trigger. Because I don't know. I'm trying.
You're fine. You're okay.
Okay. Okay, 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 okay.
You are safe.
I'm sorry. Yes, he was, and it makes me very scared. Um, I'm scared to even talk about it right now.
No, you're okay. You're in a safe space. You are okay. They no longer have the power. I don't care who he's connected to. You're fine. You're okay. We send 1,000 warriors to your doorstep to protect and cover you. We show gratitude, Simeon.
Um, that's that's one of the biggest issues I'm having right now. I have a big bubbly personality. I'm goofy. And I want to do so many things, and I'm scared to put my face out there on anything. Like even with my Facebook and everything, it's not my real name,
Mm-hmm.
just so people can't find me.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
And I don't want to live like that no more
Right. Right.
because it's not fair.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I really do appreciate you. I don't,
Whenever
there's no
you're ready
words.
to release that, I don't want you to do more than what you feel like you can in this moment.
Okay.
When you're ready, I'm here for you.
Okay.
And you're okay. You're okay.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Breathe. Let that out. Release that.
Because some people really don't care.
Mm.
So thank you.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Okay. I'm going to let you go so somebody else can come up.
Okay. And whenever you're ready, know that I'm here for you. You are safe right now, and I love you. I want you to go and breathe and process that you've done a really good job today.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I love you too.
I love you.
I'll
Yeah.
go back in the chat with my snotty nose ass.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Bye. Mm. Whew. I'm gonna have just a couple more come up. We have part 5 tomorrow with Malika. Um, and I know this has been a lot for everybody to process and take in. I'm gonna let a couple more people come up. I want you to understand you saving souls today. You're saving yours and other people's as well. I send love to you. Andre,
Greetings.
greetings. Greetings, Melanite staff. How are you?
It's, I'm doing all right. I was watching as I was listening and watching the live. because I'm cooking for my ancestors right now. It's making me a little nervous because I think I've messed up on the mashed potatoes already.
It's
Um,
okay.
but I wanted to come up here to share my because I haven't seen any men come up here
Right.
to share their stories. I wanted to share mine. Mine is multi-layered, um, but it starts out. Um, I'm going to start off with I have a memory when I was about 3 years old, and I was in my uncle's room. Um, and I remember from what I remembered, a few of my uncles stayed. I think maybe one or two stayed in one room, and then another one of my uncles stayed in the other. My grandmother had a large apartment in Brooklyn, in the projects before they started putting divisions in the house because she had 12 kids. Um, so they had to house her in a space where everybody could fit in that one space. And I was in my uncle's room. I don't really remember if he was playing with me or if I was talking with him. I know I was interacting with him in some kind of a way. Um, and the next thing I remember was him getting up, pulling his pants down. Um, and I don't remember it being a force. Um, I don't remember what I was doing. I was only 3. I didn't know what I was doing. Um, but I remembered performing all sex on him, um, and the only memory of me doing it. And I believe it happened again when I was 6. This time, my grandmother she moved into a smaller apartment complex because most of her kids were grown by that time. So there was only a few of us that was staying with her. My mother, the uncle that molested me, my older brother, and my aunt. And I have another uncle too that suffered from cerebral palsy. So he was mainly bedridden. So it was just mainly us. So we moved into a 3-bedroom apartment, and this time I was 6 years old, and he pulled it out, and um, I don't remember doing anything with it. I think I tried touching it, and he was like, "Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that." Again, you're a kid, and you're conditioned certain things
Yeah.
because you don't know any
Mhm.
better. You just like, "Oh, is this what I do?" When you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Um, so that has definitely created a back signal for me to come.
Mhm.
And as I've mentioned to you, I live with my older brother. My older brother has he's still living with autism, and he's one of those individuals that live with people with autism that isn't able to speak. He's able to understand him. You could ask him for something, like you could ask him, "Hey, you could close the door. Could you close the door? Or could you pass me a pen?" Stuff like that. And he's responsive, but he wasn't able to speak. And I don't know if anybody in the chat has ever dealt with a sibling. You being the youngest, and you have another sibling that's supposed to protect you and talk to you and identify with you in some kind of a way, and he isn't. So a
Mhm.
lot of the times in my life, um, for the most part of my life, I felt like an outsider. Like a lot of people wouldn't really understand. Not many people would understand me or what how it feels like to be in the house and you're supposed to you're supposed to have an older brother to protect you when people in your class is teasing you, they're making fun of
Mhm.
you.
Mhm.
And I remember there was a few other kids in my class that were being picked on. Um, but I noticed with me, it was more on a consistent basis, and I never really understood why people felt like they needed to come at me, no other kid as much or as hard, but mainly me.
Mhm.
And um, this will be a thing from it was from first grade. First grade it would have started, but it wasn't really like serious. It gotten bad when I was in the second grade, all the way throughout high school when I went to high school. So in no matter what school I went to, I was the target. I was the person people wanted to try to make fun of. I was the person that people try to down and make it seem like I'm not this and I'm not that. When I was in the fourth grade, well, when I was in the third grade, now that I think about it, I remembered maliciously trying to uh, not do the work and give and sometimes I would just put out a wrong answer. Sometimes I wouldn't really know the answer, but the times that I didn't know the answer, I'll put the wrong answer so that I could be in another class with kids who were slower than me that wouldn't pick on me, just so I could get away from those type of kids. um I remember
Breathe,
in that
Andre. Breathe. It's okay.
I remember my mother would try to bring me to a therapist or a psychiatrist because she didn't understood. Like she was trying to understand why what I'm saying, what's going on? Why am I being disconnected from the teachers and the students in the class? And I was 8 years old, and I remember speaking to the therapist asked me a bunch of questions. I didn't want to answer them because I felt like he wouldn't understand. And also, I felt like, hey, if I didn't answer, maybe they'll put me into a facility where kids wouldn't be so fucked up to me.
Mm.
And this pathology went on of me feeling like nobody understands me. And in junior high, it was, that was the time that I was making good grades. Doing good grades. I was doing well in school. And even then, when I was doing what I was supposed to do and needed to do, instead of people being happy, instead of other kids being happy for me, they're just jealous. They was just jealous, and they 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 would constantly make me feel as if I'm trying to be something that I'm not because I spoke in a certain way. I must be, what I'm saying, I'm trying to be white or something like that. And I also remember when I was drawing as a kid, and I used to draw. and and this was back when I was in elementary school, and I remember my third grade teacher showing the class, "Hey, this is what he did. This is pretty nice, but I need you to focus on the work." And instead of other kids, again, like, "Hey, could you draw me? Could you draw me Sonic? Could you draw me, Tails or whatever?" I was drawing at the time. It was
Mhm.
just a bunch of hate. So this is like a constant pattern that went on in my life where people will just be so hateful and
Mm.
try to come off as something that they're not.
Mhm.
The molestation led me to be, in my early 20s, especially during my in my when I would say 16, 17, more, just wanting another counterpart to love and to love me. because I didn't know what it was like. I didn't know what it felt like. And everybody else, I remember everybody else in my high school, like not everybody, but a good portion of the people that I knew in high school either had an admirer or they were dating somebody, and then there was me.
Mm.
And um, I remembered I could recall the time when I was in high school, me coming out to a few kids that I trusted, people that I consider friends that I trusted, and this one particular guy that I told because I knew that he was gay. I mentioned to him that my sexuality, and me thinking that, oh, he's a gay man, so he knows not to tell other people's business behind their back, especially considering the type of kids that were in our class at the time. So he goes and tells people. I didn't find out about it until like maybe like a year or so later. He goes around and tells people, I don't know how many. He probably told the whole class about my business. And I remember being going in by starting my junior year in high school, and I was wondering why the energy seemed to be different in the class, why people would laugh or whatever when I answer a question, and I'm like, I didn't say anything funny. I don't know what you know what I'm saying, and it starts like I noticed like weeks will go by. And I noticed like week after week it will be like little different things, like people that I didn't know calling me faggot, people in my class calling me faggot or sissy or whatever, and I would just remember just ignoring it. I remember not saying anything and just ignoring it, and it's because of me ignoring stuff for so long. I recently had to learn how to control my anger because anything, so it could be somebody playing with me, and I noticed this is something that I needed to fix recently during my shadow work because somebody could be joking, somebody could say something out of a joke, and I would take it completely seriously. I would take it as something that I have to let somebody have it type of thing.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Because of me ignoring all the other, what I'm saying, for people treating me a certain way, and I'm just ignoring it. People touching me, and I'm not doing anything back. So now that I'm an adult, like I've noticed, especially in my late 30s, I mean my early 30s, I was a person that, you know, I'll go to the store, um, and if I felt somebody looking at me for so long, I'd be like, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Because I'm used to people looking at me and staring at me and having something slick to say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I would have my moments sometimes, especially when I'm drunk, where I would reference something that has nothing to do with the situation at hand in the space. It's because it's something that I haven't healed from.
Mm. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. I think he accidentally clicked off or something. I'm gonna give him a second. We have this is insane. I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. I'm not even lying. I'm gonna wait for Andre for a second. When Andre is completed, I'm gonna have Deja 19 come up, and then if I could have um, Miss Rochelle and Deja White come back on tomorrow with Malika, we'll do it again. You'll be able to tell your story and get to speak with Malika, and I just show gratitude because everybody is important. I seen Deja 19 come up 3 times, and I don't want her to feel discouraged because I've seen her come up several times and click off. Sometimes you talk yourself out of something. Um,
I don't know if Andre's phone died or what, but let me see. Deja 19.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's it's so crazy that you said that you would have me come up because I was just in the house and I'm like, I got to get out of here, and now I'm turning back around so I can talk, so I can just tell my story. So just give me a second. It's wow. I show gratitude, honestly. I like
Absolutely.
it's just, and I was discouraged, like from Ashlyn when she started talking about her mom, like I was triggered, like because I felt like okay, then I guess really that was spirit sending me confirmation because it was just like okay, here's somebody talking about what I basically need to release from, like, and it's my mom. I feel like on my heart I'm carrying her trauma, like a lot of stuff that she ways and dealings that she's made me feel, and it's just heavy on my heart. And I got a daughter, and I just feel like every day I wake up I try so hard not to be my mother, and I don't want to think it into existence. Like I don't want to try so hard not to be her that I end up being her, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just like if she doesn't take the responsibility, like the way that she made all her kids feel in it, that like mom got 5 kids, and she went to prison when I was 13. And honestly, before she went to prison, she moved me to a small town in Columbus, Indiana. And can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you just fine.
And and it was full of genomes. And I came from, or being around all melanites. Like the school was full of genomes, and that right there is my first traumatizing experience I feel like I had with my mother. Her taking me outside of my comfort zone and taking me around all these people and kids that I don't know, that don't look like me, and that they made it clear like that they don't like my kind and who I am. And I was young. I was in the 7th grade, so it was hard for me. I remember going home that day from after my first day of school, and I just cried. I cried to my mama so hard and asked her to please let me go back to our hometown city. Like, please don't, don't let me have to be here. I'm not comfortable here. This is not for me. And and she didn't care. And she didn't care because as I grew older to understand, it was like she was out there because she was hiding from her own addiction. She was running from her own addictions. Like, I feel like she used all her kids as pawns, like for other people to do things for her. And it's it's just so heavy on my heart, like every day. So like 2 weeks ago I lost my job, and of course I didn't tell my mom or nothing because she can't do anything for me. So I don't tell her
Mm-hmm.
when I go through stuff. Like when I grew up, again with Ashley, like mom, I've always heard fuck yous and you I hate you bitches. Like that's my mama. That's her. That's all I heard. Never heard a I love you. Never heard that you were beautiful.
Mm.
So it's just, and she triggers. She's so triggering. Like she could walk in a room and my whole energy would go down. Like I don't like being around her. I don't care to be around her. Uh, I just feel like she wasn't a shit as a parent, and I feel like now that I'm a parent, she's on my mind. Like the trauma, how traumatized I am is on my mind heavy. It's on my heart, and it's just sitting there, like, because she feel like she don't owe me an explanation. She feel like she never did anything wrong. She feel like she did her best when all that shit is a lie. Like you did not do your best. You did not do your best. Like the older I get, the more I see it. And it's like
Yeah.
I I don't know how to release it. Like I don't even know how to shake it off of me because I can't. Every time I try to, I just can't. I can't shake this feeling that I have against her. Like because I'm traumatized and she don't give a fuck. Like I like that's just how I feel. Like she don't care, and it's crazy.
Understood. Mm-hmm.
It is crazy. So like I even I had came up on a live with y'all a couple months ago, and TJ had told me, he's like, you're not your mother. And I think about that all the time in the back of my head, but again, like I just find myself fighting to not be her. Like I just don't want to be her. I can't be like this lady. And like I've been in the house all day and I've been listening to y'all, and I don't want to say that my boyfriend been thinking like that I'm sad or anything, but I just know that it's something on my heart that I have to release. Like, and I've been trying to cry all weekend and I couldn't cry. And here I am crying now because I knew that it was something that I had to do, and it just, I guess, divine timing is everything. Right now is the time. Like I tried writing on Friday night. I would roll and I burned the paper and I wrote on the plate and I broke the plate, but none of that shit worked. Like I just felt like I needed to cry, but I couldn't fix myself to cry, if that makes sense. Like because in the back of my head, I really just want to be like, okay, it is what it is, but it really is not okay. Like
It's
I
not.
feel like it's not cool. Like I
It's
shouldn't
not.
have to accept that shit. Like, and
It's
I don't
not.
want to come up like as I just don't want to be that type of parent for my daughter, which I know I won't be. But again, like it's hard not thinking, trying not to be when that's in the back of your head, when that's heavy on your heart, traumatizing experiences. So then my mama, that's what I was gonna say. I had lost my job, and she didn't know I had lost my job or anything, but she sent a text message with all her kids in one group chat and just was like basically like just fuck y'all, go get insurance for me and get me cremated, just a bunch of bullshit. Like you don't even show. So she make it seem like she's going through so much that all five of your kids, we all out here feeding for ourselves. Like none of you're not doing anything for none of us yet. Here you are texting us. Like I was so triggered. I cussed her ass out so bad. And my sisters, they come text me like, please stop, please stop. I'm like, no, like stop for what? She don't know what I'm over here going through. And here you are sending me this text message like you going through more than me. Like what you go through is what I is basically more than what I go through. Like I don't even know how to
But Deja, sometimes you got to put yourself first and step back, remove yourself from that situation. Can you hear me?
tell. You never loved you
Wait a
and
minute,
you
because you breaking
kept
up.
having kids. You
Can
kept
you?
fucking year after year after year.
But you got to start to remove yourself out of that because it's not healthy for you.
You're
You
right.
got you got to step back out of it. I don't care who it is. It's not healthy. I understand what you mean. When I go to my family house, I feel like I need a sedative before I go and after I leave because my anxiety level goes up. And I said to myself the other day, I never want my toddy to fucking feel like that to be around me. And even when she had told me, she said, I resent you. I'm in my mind like, shit, for what? And then Spirit showed it to me. And then as a woman, I had to take it back to her like, oh, fuck. I apologize. I missed some shit. I missed some shit. How did I not realize it? If she can't stand in her shit, that's her problem. You got to heal. You must heal. And if that means stepping back from her, that's what the fuck it means. If she doesn't get it, if she's not willing to get it, she doesn't have the right to change the direction of your life. She does not. You understand me, Deja? Deja, you still here with us? Deja, I think it's something going on with the service. Ooh, they trying to stop this here. It will not be stopped. It will not be stopped. I think a lot of us carry so much on our shoulders, our plates, our tables, and we've always been told that's small, that's minute. Like Nalia kept saying, it ain't even that deep. How can somebody tell you how deep your pain run?
Nobody could ever do that. No one could ever tell you that. Oh, you wasn't molested. That don't matter. Your pain is your pain. How deep does it go for you? Everybody's story is important. Everyone. I don't care if you grew up and your mom just kept telling you your feet was ugly. Because that's some of my cousin issue. Everyone told her fucking feet was ugly. That shit sounds small as fuck. But not for her. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking triggering for her. Because it's like, let me just be. They're trying to stop it. It kicked you out? Wow. It probably was the service because I was still talking to you and you were there, but then it was gone. Um, Let me see. Hold on. See if I can. Deja, I'm gonna put it back in the chat because I want you to complete, man. I want you to finish. Click on it, Deja. It's right there. Click back on it, Deja 19. I want you to come up and feel completed. And same goes for Andre. Andre, if you're still here, because I think you got cut out too. So Andre, if you see the link, you and Deja 19, please come back and complete. Okay, I see Andre. We're gonna let Andre finish. And Deja, when you come up, if you choose to, we'll let you complete too. There you go, Andre. You're on mute. Okay.
I keep forgetting to unmute myself. Okay.
How can
Um,
somebody not love that face? You are super beautiful. Such a beautiful smile.
gratitude, gratitude. Um, I think I forgot where I left off, but I know I was mentioning some stuff, some pathologies that followed me through my adulthood. My anger being one, for being picked on a lot. Uh, uh, two, uh, when I was like 16, when I was like 17, 18, started to be overly sexualized, um, because of the feeling of not feeling appreciated or accepted with everybody else. So that was my way of feeling appreciated or accepted by somebody
Can I
else.
can I ask you something? Because you just said something that just registered completely
Sure,
different that I don't think we look at.
sure.
When girls are over sexualized, we say that they're either one fast or they're promiscuous. But boys, they're just being men. Did you become promiscuous?
I became promiscuous to a degree when I was started at the age of 17, and it slowed down dramatically when I was 20 years old.
Okay.
Um, and the reason why that slowed down is because I found out that I was positive
Yeah,
when I was
Spirit
20.
told me that. Spirit just told me that. Spirit just told me that. Gratitude to Yehuda. Spirit just fucking said that to me, and I needed you to validate that. Gratitude, Andre, for your bravery and for your fucking strength. I love you to life. Please
I
continue.
This is the first time I'm putting this out there on YouTube about my status. But at this point, it doesn't. It's not something that weighs me down anymore. It's not one of those things that make me feel ashamed. It's not something that makes me feel like I'm less attractive, a lot less attractive, in deserving of love.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that happened. Um, and I also went through, of course, a lot of manipulative men. None of them have put their hands on me. They weren't that stupid. Apparently,
Mm-hmm.
they haven't put their hands on me or anything. But it was more so. verbal abuse, um, verbal and mental abuse. And I remembered going through a lot of short relationships, very, very short, either it'll last for like a couple of months, or when it's leading to something, it stops and shifts over just into something else. Um, I say this all to say, a lot of the things I've talked about, uh, I've already came into terms with even before my shadow work. Um, I know there's a lot of the things, I mentioned a lot of this stuff I went through in detail, but it was enough. It's enough to make somebody just angry at the world and feeling like you're disconnected and nobody really fucks with you like that. And I know that's a lie. Um, I have close friends uh, right now, but I am still looking. I'm still out there looking for my soul tribe.
We're here.
Um, but even though it's fucked up and it's crazy now, I'm realizing it that feeling never left. Even though I'm with a group of people that is high vibrational and is reconnected to source the way that they need to connect to source, but I still at times feel like I'm unseen. Um, Mainly because it's easier for women to come out and talk and express themselves, but for men, it's something else. And I was
Yes.
taught most of my life, I can't express myself. I can't cry. I can't do this. I was teased a lot for crying. I was teased a lot for expressing my feelings and my emotions. Um, but I've learned that that's a means for me to be a stronger person, means to be much more powerful and much what people may think that I am. And even through my spiritual journey, I'm realizing there's just so much more to me than what I discovered or what other spiritualists have seen. Um, so at the end of the day, I'm at a space right now where I'm I'm doing the best that I can with the positions that I have, working from home, my small business, and everything else. And now, I have a fiance, and I'm doing my best to cultivate and do my part and keep things maintained with that as well. So,
Yeah.
but I wanted to share my story because I haven't seen any men come up to
Mm-hmm.
share theirs, so I wanted to. I was pushed by you. Was like, it's okay. You can tell people your story. A lot of these
Yeah.
things aren't a thing where it will it will make me feel like I'm going backwards again.
You know, you are strong and valiant for even stepping forward and sharing it. You save lives too. That's what this is. We're saving each other's lives without even understanding that. I love you very much, Andre.
Love you too. Gratitude, governors.
Absolutely. Gratitude for coming back. I said, oh no, what happened? So they said your iPod died.
Yeah, my iPad died. It's in the charger, so I had to run back in the kitchen before anything burns, and I had to switch
Yeah.
gears and what I'm gonna offer for tonight for the ancestors.
I want to ask you,
Mhm.
do you feel like, two questions in one, do you feel like your beginning and your molestation, do you feel like that is the biggest thing that sent you into the spiral? Or do you feel like the fact that everything was ignored and how you were bullied? Or is it a mixture?
I think that was the start to certain things happening. Um, I feel that the other stuff was is kind of separate, but the same. I feel
Mm.
that what I mean by that is with kids picking on me, all it is because they seen something in me that wasn't in them. So I
Yeah.
bothered them as a child.
Yeah.
So they, you know what I'm saying? And because I go through that even as an adult, where people just for no reason, you know, treat me differently, look at me differently. I'm like, okay, you must see something in me that isn't in you, and you're aware of it, and I'm aware of it. So it's not one of those things where it's like, yeah, every now and again it does. Like sometimes it will bother me when so my neighbors would have this energy of, oh, they need to protect themselves. Like I'm not even thinking about you.
Right.
I'm
Hmm.
not even like I'm just trying to get in my apartment. I'm not thinking about you or your dog, for example. I'm
Yeah.
not thinking about you or like it is just so unnecessary. And, of course, these are coming from genomes,
Yeah.
so I already know what time it is with that. Um, but sometimes it used to really get me like really really irritated, especially like a couple of weeks ago. It used to get me really irritated, and then after a while, I was like, you know what? They're just fearing something in me that they know that would fuck them up if they even think
Hmm.
about trying me any type of a way. It's a thought for me, and it's over its curtains
Yeah.
like that serious.
Man.
And so I'm just learning how to cope from that. I'm just learning how to cope with people treating me a certain way, treating me different. Sometimes it don't bother me. Other times it's like, okay, here we go with this bullshit again. All right, well, let me just do what I got to do so I can get the fuck up out of here, so I don't have to deal with this person.
Right. But sometimes people are so fucking narcissistic. How dare
Mm-hmm.
you think that you're that important or even that important to me that I would care enough to look at you or do something to you because
Mm-hmm.
you're never that important to me, you know? Well, I love you,
Mm-hmm.
Andre. I show gratitude for coming up representing the
Gratitude.
Melanite male, our staffs. So we appreciate you, man. Continue forever be
All
strong
right.
and we'll see you soon.
I say we'll do.
All right. I'm gonna
For
let
sure.
Deja 19 complete hers.
Okay.
All right, brother. Deja, Deja, can you hear me? Deja.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, can you hear me now? Because I
Yes.
got my AirPods in so it won't echo.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. But yeah, I was just saying that my mom, she doesn't take full accountability, but I know that that's part of me. My healing is me, just accepting that she's not going to accept the shit that she's caused in my life.
Right, 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 right. And you have that
It's
right
just
to do
hard.
so. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have that right though. You know what I'm saying? If it would be different if she did, if she could, if she would have to sit and listen and swallow those pills. As a parent, sometimes we got to. We may
Yeah.
not see everything at first, or we may not even see it from your perspective. However, if that is how your child has experienced you, if that's how you experienced her, then sometimes you got to sit with that and process that.
Period. You're right. Yes. Definitely. And I don't wiped all my tears, but I promise I needed to cry so bad. And I've been crying with all the family and cousins. And here I am finally, like I said, I've been trying to cry all weekend just to release the feeling, just the pressure that I feel like it was applying on my heart and on my mind. And I did. So I show gratitude just for letting me up here to share that because I really needed to share that. I needed to speak it out loud. I needed to say it and mean it and get it off my chest so I don't double back down on that again, honestly.
Absolutely. Now you can look forward and push forward and look
Yes, for
forward to
my
everything.
daughter, like I that's all I want to be is the best mother I can be. Like and I have to be like I people look at me now like I'm only 25, my daughter's 2, but I'm like my daughter, she's not going to school. She's not, my baby ain't been to the doctor since she was 6 months. Like, and people look at me like I'm crazy. Like, no, I know what's going on. I know what I'm following. I know who I'm following. I tell people I know where to go to. I told my mama when she told me, she said, y'all go make sure y'all get me cremated. I said I do because I know exactly where to go to when you go to spirit. I know exactly who to call. So don't even worry about it because yeah, this path, this journey I'm on, I know I'm on it the right way. I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. So I show gratitude, governess. I love you so much.
Absolutely. I show gratitude for coming up and saying what may not have been easy for you to say. And we love you to life here.
I love y'all so much. Gratitude.
Gratitude, Deja. All right, well. For everyone else, like I said, tomorrow is part 5. Please come back tomorrow to continue the healing process. We will be speaking with Malika Music, and you'll be able to, get the healing again tomorrow. Today was a very big day. Y'all know I'm on my 3-day spiritual journey where the spirit says they're gonna, you know, walk me down. Walk me down, and they have been walking me down. This shit started last night unexpectedly. I'm calling myself trying to help Maya through her shit and just broke down at the table about my pregnancy. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, where this shit come from? Maya looked at me and said, oh, it begins now? I said, oh, it begins now, Maya. Okay, got it. So I'm now wrapped in my towel. I've had my shower. Maya's had her shower and washed hers away. If anybody else needs theirs washed away, go get in that tub, get in the water. Keisha Ann, I ask that you come back tomorrow so we can get your story as well. Like I said, we'll be speaking to Malika Music. Everyone's story is important, no matter how big or small. And please don't ever think that you're not important because you absolutely are. So I show gratitude for sticking in here. This has been almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 33 minutes of importance. Of importance. I love you all to life. I see you tomorrow. Gratitude.